Imagine waking up each morning a little lighter, not healthier, not happier, but as if something unseen is slowly erasing you. That chilling idea lies at the heart of Thinner, a dark and unsettling tale from Stephen King, originally published under his Richard Bachman pen name. Inspired by King's fascination with guilt, consequence, and the terrifying power of curses, the novel first appeared in 1984 and became part of the legacy that helped make him one of the world's most successful authors, with his book selling hundreds of millions of copies worldwide. By then, he had already captivated readers with stories like Carrie, The Shining, and Salem's Lot. In 1996, Thinner made its way to the screen, bringing its haunting premise to a new audience. What you're about to experience is a third-person retelling of the story, not a word-for-word reading, and as you listen, remember the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Stay close. Along the way you'll discover fascinating facts, adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes details that make this story even more disturbing. And before long, you may find yourself wondering what you would do if the curse were yours. The story begins. The memory surfaced without warning, that single whispered word from the old man with the ravaged face, spoken as he and Heidi emerged from the courthouse steps. The word had arrived on a current of sickly sweet breath, and before Billy could recoil, that twisted finger had brushed his cheek. He could still see those lips parting like a wound, revealing the blackened stumps of teeth, the tongue sliding out to wet that bitter, grinning mouth. Thinner. Now, standing on the bathroom scale at 7 in the morning with a towel wrapped around his middle, that memory returned with unsettling clarity. The aroma of bacon and eggs drifted up from the kitchen below. He had to lean forward more than slightly, more than comfortably to read the numbers. He was a big man. Too big, as Dr. Houston never tired of reminding him. Houston had laid it out plainly after his last checkup at 38. A man of his age, income and habits was entering heart attack territory. The message was clear: lose weight. But this morning brought a small victory. The scale showed 246, down 3 pounds from his last check. The previous reading had been 251, but he'd been wearing pants and had change in his pockets, and that bathroom scale always weighed heavy anyway. He was morally certain of it. As a boy in New York, he'd heard that gypsies possessed the gift of prophecy. Perhaps this was proof. He attempted a laugh, but managed only a thin, unconvincing smile. It was still too early to find humor in gypsies. Time would put things in perspective, he knew that, but for now, the thought of them turned his stomach, and he hoped fervently he'd never encounter another. From now on, he'd decline palm readings at parties and stick to safer diversions. Heidi's voice called up from downstairs. He dressed quickly, noting with almost subliminal unease that despite the weight loss, his pants felt tighter at the waist. His size was now 42. He'd quit smoking at exactly 1 minute past midnight on New Year's Day, but he'd paid the price. Oh, how he'd paid. He went down with his collar open, tie draped loose around his neck. His daughter Linda, 14, was heading out the door, her skirt fluttering, ponytail bobbing with a velvet ribbon. Books under one arm, cheerleader pom-poms purple and white rustling in her other hand. She called out a quick goodbye, and he returned it warmly. He sat at the table and reached for the Wall Street Journal. Heidi greeted him with a playful endearment. He answered with mock formality and set the paper aside. She set breakfast before him, a mountain of scrambled eggs, a raisin English muffin, 5 crisp bacon strips. She settled opposite him, lighting a cigarette. The early months of the year had been straying too many arguments disguised as discussions, too many nights spent back-to-back, but they'd reached a truce. She'd stopped nagging about his weight, and he'd stopped complaining about her smoking. It had made for a decent spring. Beyond that, good things had happened. His promotion had come through. The firm name now included his own. Heidi's mother had finally followed through on her threat to move to Virginia. Linda had made the JV cheerleading squad, a relief given her recent histrionics. Everything had been going well. Then the gypsies came to town. The old man's word echoed again, thinner. Billy found himself wondering what was wrong with that nose. Syphilis? Cancer? Something worse, like leprosy? And why couldn't he just let it go? Heidi's voice cut through his thoughts. She knew he was still dwelling on it. She reminded him, it wasn't his fault the judge had said so. He deflected, claiming he'd been thinking about the housing starts in the journal. But the thought rankled. Judge Rossington, Carey to his friends. Good old Carey, who hadn't disqualified himself from the case, who'd presided over Billy's vehicular manslaughter charge despite their friendship. Nobody had objected. Nobody said a word. After all, they were just gypsies. The sooner they were out of Fairview, the better. Heidi snuffed her cigarette and dismissed his deflection. She knew him too well. He admitted she was right. She'd been thinking about it too. Her pale face showed that. She looked her age, 35, which was rare. They'd married young, and he remembered a traveling salesman who'd once asked if her mother was home. He assured her it was fine, that it was all over. She asked about Linda. The teasing had subsided, she said, and the girl's friends were being supportive. The week after the accident had been rough on Linda. She'd come home in tears, stopped eating, her skin breaking out. Billy had visited the school, spoken to her teachers. He'd confirmed it was mostly teasing, cruel, juvenile, but expected from an age group that found dead baby jokes hilarious. He'd taken Linda for a walk along Lantern Drive. She wore her old madras shorts, torn at the seam, and he noticed her legs had grown long, the leg bands of her yellow panties showing. A pang of regret and fear hit him. She was growing up. She probably knew the shorts were too small, but they connected her to a more comforting time, before her father had stood trial. He'd explained it was an accident. The woman had stepped out between cars without looking. There'd been no time to stop. Linda didn't want to hear about it. He told her he'd visited her school, but after hours, the kids' teasing wouldn't last. Her face told a different story. The angry pimples spoke of the rough handling she'd endured. He told her Miss Nearing was proud of her, a small lie that brightened her eyes. She hugged him, and he decided not all lies were bad. The memory of the double impact slammed through him again, even as he held his daughter, that sickening thud as the front bumper met the old woman's body, followed by the heavy, grinding thud as the wheels rolled over her. In his mind, Heidi's scream pierced the air, her touch suddenly gone. He pulled Linda tighter against him, his skin prickling with a sudden cold rush of gooseflesh. Back at the breakfast table, he waved off more eggs, eyeing his clean plate with a flicker of guilt. His appetites remained stubbornly intact, it seemed, untouched by his turmoil. When Heidi pressed again, he dismissed her concern with forced cheerfulness, insisting the nightmare was over and they could reclaim their normal lives. She smiled genuinely at that, appearing younger for a moment, and offered the remaining bacon. He initially refused, acutely aware of how his waistband pinched, the effort required to suck in his gut to fasten the clasp. But thinking of the scale's favorable reading, he relented and agreed to take one slice. She caught him brooding again, and he denied it with exasperation. But as she brought the bacon and apologized, her words inadvertently rerouted his thoughts back to the gypsy, the ruined nose, the ugly, scaly drag of that finger along his cheek. They recited a familiar line of reassurance together, a brief moment of unity. To distract himself, he prodded the discarded newspaper, then abandoned it, going outside to retrieve the Times from the flower bed, where the delivery boy had once again thrown it. He grumbled silently about the kid's aim and settled into the sports section, working through the bacon and then an English muffin that appeared before him, eating it almost without thought. Later that morning in the city, a prolonged lawsuit he'd expected to drag on for years concluded with stunning finality. The opposing party agreed to a staggering settlement. He moved quickly, securing signatures in the judge's chambers, watching the plaintiff's lawyer's palpable dismay with quiet satisfaction. By noon, the victory was sealed. He took his client to a bar for a celebratory drink, ordered a martini for himself and scotch for the other man, and called his wife. He proposed a sudden trip to Mohawk, the resort from their honeymoon. Her delighted squeal almost deafened him. He explained the case had settled decisively, and he quoted the staggering figure which left her momentarily speechless. They agreed on a 5-day escape, leaving Linda in the care of a sitter with the promise of forbidden late-night TV. Back with the client, he listened with half an ear to the man's jokes, his own mind buzzing with the professional implications of his win. But the intrusive memory struck again, the jolt, Heidi's grip on him, the fine spray of blood on the windshield. He downed the rest of his martini in a single gulp, his eyes stinging with tears. The client noticed and asked if he was all right. Billy forced a smile, offered congratulations, and accepted the man's clumsy embrace. But as Dukenfield's palm brushed his cheek, the echo of the gypsy's touch sent a shiver through him. Driving home, he tried to anchor his thoughts on the day's success, but his mind drifted instead to Richard Gianelli. He recalled his initial impulse to take his client to Gianelli's restaurant, a place his wife distrusted and feared. Even now, his thoughts swung back inexorably to the gypsy. He remembered the afternoon of the accident, returning home to find Heidi crying, and his immediate unspoken impulse to call Gianelli a mobster, a killer, the only confidant he could think of in his desperate state. But he hadn't called. Heidi was there, and she wouldn't have understood. The stark realization struck him in a moment of crisis. His only lifeline was a New York thug known for murdering his rivals. Gianelli possessed a tall, lean frame and an unremarkable face, but he wore clothes with a natural elegance. His voice carried a surprising warmth and kindness, the last tone one might expect from a man linked to drugs, vice, and murder, yet his criminal record suggested exactly that. Still, on that terrible afternoon after Chief Hopley had released him, it was Gianelli's voice Billy had desperately wanted to hear. The toll booth attendant's impatient query snapped him back to the present. He was stalled at the Rye Plaza, lost in thought. He paid the $1 and received his change, pulling back onto the highway. 19 exits remained until home, until Heidi, until Mohawk. Dukenfield had failed as a distraction, so he forced his mind toward the getaway, determined to forget the gypsy woman and her ancient companion. But Gianelli lingered in his thoughts, as he often did. Billy recalled meeting him through the firm 7 years ago, when he'd been assigned a routine incorporation job for 3 brothers associates. The senior partners had steered clear, wary of Gianelli's notorious reputation, though Billy never understood why the firm had taken him on at all. He suspected Gianelli held leverage over someone. The man had a talent for uncovering secrets. He'd approached the 3-month assignment expecting to find a thug, someone to fear and dislike. Instead, he'd been drawn in by Gianelli's charisma and humor, and by the genuine respect the man showed him, a courtesy his own colleagues rarely offered. At the Norwalk tolls, he tossed in his change and reached automatically for the glove compartment, pulling out a package of Twinkies. He ate mechanically, crumbs scattering across his vest. The grand jury indictment for Gianelli's alleged role in a drug war execution spree had come down in late 1980. By spring of 1981, the case had collapsed prosecution. Witnesses had a disturbing habit of dying. One was blown up in his car, along with his police protectors. Another was stabbed through the throat with an umbrella handle in Grand Central Station. The remaining witnesses developed convenient memory lapses. The charges were dropped. Westport, Southport, almost home. He fished out a half-empty packet of airline peanuts, stale but edible, and munched on them without tasting. He and Gianelli had kept in touch through Christmas cards and occasional meals at the Brothers, but those visits had tapered off after Gianelli's legal troubles, partly due to Heidi's nagging, partly due to Gianelli's own advice. He'd warned Billy to stay away, explaining that association with a reputed gangster would stall any ambitious young lawyer's career. When Billy pressed him about what else mattered beyond career advancement, Gianelli had given a cryptic response and a warning he hoped Billy would never have to find out. They'd parted with an invitation to keep in touch over espresso. Billy had maintained contact, though the intervals grew longer, and when he'd faced the potential manslaughter charge, Ginelli was his first thought. But Rossington had handled that, leaving him to wonder now, as he pulled into his driveway, what exactly Ginelli had meant by that ominous warning. The thought evaporated, as Heidi rushed out to embrace him, and for a time, everything else faded. 3 nights later at Mohonk they lay together after making love the 6th time in as many days, a dizzying departure from their usual routine. He savored her warmth, the mingled sense of her perfume and their intimacy. A fleeting image of the gypsy woman before the impact flickered through his mind, accompanied by the imagined sound of shattering glass. But it passed quickly. He pulled her close. She returned the embrace with one arm, her free hand wandering. She made a playful comment about losing her mind through pleasure, and he countered with a grinning retort about brain cells regenerating. She snuggled closer, her touch drifting upward, teasing the graying hair on his stomach. Then she pulled back, studying him. She declared he'd lost weight, he was skinnier. He dismissed it with a laugh, slapping his still substantial gut. But she pressed, insisting he weigh himself in the morning. He reminded her he'd already lost 3 pounds, and she argued that Mohonk probably had a scale somewhere. He agreed drowsily. He reflected on her patience over the years, his failed diets, the secret binges, the abandoned exercise equipment in the basement. She had always pretended to believe his optimistic claims, sparing his pride while knowing the truth from the empty snack bags and beer bottles. He respected her for that, even if her motivation partly stemmed from avoiding his complaints about her smoking. She asked if he felt quite well. He assured her he felt fine, deflecting her concern about unexplained weight loss with a joke about proving his health by having sex again. She laughed. They slept. In his dream, he was driving with Heidi, and he knew what was coming: the yellow Subaru, the green Firebird, the old woman stepping out between them. He wanted to warn Heidi to stop her distraction, to let him focus. But no words would come. Her touch reignited, and the pleasure mixed with a growing dread of inevitability. He saw the flash of color between the cars and tried to scream, to beg her to stop, to plead with God to prevent what he knew was about to happen, but the paralysis held, and the dream pressed on toward its violent conclusion. The figure stepped from between the parked cars. Billy's foot felt fused to the accelerator, as if held by some malevolent adhesive. The steering wheel refused to budge. He braced for impact, and then the gypsy's head swiveled, not the old woman at all, but the man with the ruined nose, his eye sockets hollow and dark. In that frozen instant before the old struck him, Billy saw the empty gaze and the obscene grin spreading across that ravaged face. Then came the double impact, the shuddering crunch of the bumper, followed by the sickening roll of the wheels. A wrinkled hand, heavy with metal rings, flailed briefly above the hood. 3 crimson drops splattered the windshield like grotesque rain. He was dimly aware of Heidi's grip tightening painfully, a shock-induced completion merging with the horror. And from beneath the car, muffled yet unmistakable, the gypsy's whisper drifted up through the floorboards. Thinner. Billy jolted awake, gasping, turning to the window. The crescent moon hung over the Catskills, and for a terrifying heartbeat, it seemed to be the old gypsy himself, head tilted, grin filled with cold, vengeful light. The image was so vivid, he nearly screamed. He squeezed his eyes shut, forced them open again. The moon was just the moon. He lay back down, and within minutes, exhaustion pulled him back under. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Billy reluctantly agreed to attempt the labyrinth trail with Heidi, remembering its moderate rating and the fond memories of their honeymoon. But the narrow passages that had once been adventurous now filled him with dread. At 42, with a body heftier by decades, and a doctor's warnings about heart attacks echoing in his head, the prospect of getting wedged in the rock or worse, suffering a coronary in that tight space, loomed unpleasantly. He extracted a promise if he couldn't make it, she'd go on without him, and he needed new sneakers. In New Paltz, he bought a pair of green and silver Nikes, surprised to realize it had been years since he'd owned canvas shoes. They felt good on his feet. Heidi admired them, and pressed him to weigh himself on an old penny scale outside the store. He hesitated, uneasy, but she insisted. With a reluctant sigh, he stepped up. She dropped in the coin. A mechanism clunked, and two curved metal panels slid back, one revealing his weight, the other his supposed fate. His breath caught. The scale showed 232, a 14-pound loss since the Canley settlement. But that wasn't what made him gasp. The fake panel hadn't offered a vague platitude about travel or fortune. It displayed a single stark word: thinner. On the drive back to Fairview, Heidi handled the wheel through the heavy traffic, then yielded to Billy for the final stretch. His driving had sharpened since the accident, hyper-aware of every other driver's mistakes, more vigilant than ever. The irony was bitter. Killing someone had done wonders for his concentration. Heidi thanked him for the trip, but her tone was troubled. When she pressed about his weight loss, he deflected with a crude joke about jumping her bones, but the fortune nagged at him. He tried to rationalize it as a hallucination, a product of his imagination running wild. Ergo, he told himself, he must be losing his mind. The thought was unsettling, but at least it felt logical. Heidi grew insistent. She knew he'd been eating normally, and she worried. She confronted him. Unexplained weight loss could be one of the 7 warning signs of cancer. The word hung in the air between them, ugly and undeniable. He'd thought of it himself, since the penny scale, but had tried to look away, just as he'd turned away from the gypsy children in Fairview, those strange, agile little figures with their diseases and deformities, a grotesque spectacle he couldn't bear to face. He repeated, with forced conviction, that he felt fine, and he'd been exercising, he added, which was true enough at least for the past few days. The mountain air had invigorated him. The exercise claim was true, at least for the past 5 days. They'd conquered the labyrinth trail together. He'd had to clean his gut and exhale completely to squeeze through the tightest spots, but he'd never come close to getting stuck. It was Heidi who'd needed to pause twice, winded and puffing, though he diplomatically refrained from mentioning her smoking habit. She pushed for a doctor's appointment. He muttered something about Houston being a drug user, then dismissed it. She insisted he couldn't have lost 20 pounds in 2 weeks through exercise alone. He denied being sick. She asked him to humor her, at least. The rest of the drive passed in silence. He wanted to agree, to pull her close and give in. But an absurd, chilling thought had taken root. What if the old gypsy's touch had given him cancer? The weight loss was one of the warning signs, like a canary dropping dead in a mine. It was crazy, but the possibility wouldn't let go. Linda greeted them with enthusiastic kisses and a surprisingly good lasagna, served on Garfield paper plates. She peppered them with questions about their trip, then launched into a stream of junior high gossip that consumed the meal. As she rushed out to meet friends, she kissed Billy's cheek and called him skinny. He turned to Heidi, dumbfounded. She insisted she hadn't put Linda up to it. He studied her face and reluctantly believed her. She steered him upstairs to the bathroom scale. Standing there, naked with a towel around his waist, he felt a wave of déjà vu, the same scale, the same blue towel, but this time, the belly that had once blocked his view was smaller. He could read the numbers without leaning. The digital readout 229. Heidi declared she was making an appointment with Houston. He weakly claimed the scale weighed light always had, which was why he liked it. She countered coldly, knowing he'd always complained it weighed heavy. She left and returned with a 10-pound bag of sugar, proving the scale was accurate. She pushed again for the appointment. He refused, then relented, saying he'd make it himself on Wednesday, when Houston played golf at the club. He'd speak to him in person. She wanted him to call immediately. He shut her down with a firm finality, and she didn't press further. Over the next 3 days, he avoided the scale. He ate heartily, despite a diminished appetite, and stopped hiding his snacks. Pepperoni and cheese, caramel corn, cheese doodles. The latter combo caused a prolonged gas attack that drove Linda from the room. He felt the gas followed him, tethered like invisible balloons. Later, he and Heidi devoured most of a cheesecake. On Tuesday's commute, He pulled off for a couple of whoppers. He ate mechanically, lost in thought, until a strange moment of clarity struck him outside Westport. His mind seemed to separate from his body, observing the absurd spectacle of a 36-year-old overweight lawyer in an expensive car, wolfing down fast food with mayonnaise dripping on his vest. It was almost laughable. He tossed the remains out the window, horrified by the greasy mess on his hand, then laughed, and promised himself the binge would end. That night, as Linda kissed him goodnight, she remarked that he was starting to look like Sylvester Stallone. He rolled his eyes, and they both laughed. Billy Halleck had developed a peculiar ritual around his weigh-ins, one that had crept up on him over the years as his weight ballooned from 190 to a staggering 1/4 of a ton. He tried to dismiss it as mere habit, but a deeper voice insisted otherwise. He recognized the routine for what it was, a kind of secular genuflection, a superstitious plea for protection against the heart attacks and strokes predicted by every actuarial table. The ritual was methodical: shed his clothes, don the dark green robe, dispose of the laundry, then proceed to the bathroom with a mixture of reverence and dread. There, he'd void his bladder and, if possible, his bowels. Every ounce of ballast counted. Heidi had once mocked him, suggesting an ostrich feather to induce vomiting, and he'd been forced to admit, privately, that the idea had a certain appeal. On Wednesday morning, however, he became a heretic. He reversed the ritual entirely, dressing fully, loading his pockets with change and his Swiss Army knife, donning his heaviest shoes, and consuming a massive breakfast despite his protesting bladder. With all that weight sloshing inside him, he mounted the scale. The digital readout flashed 221. His heart lurched. It couldn't be right. He backed away, rubbing his hand against his mouth, a low, horrified whisper escaping his lips. Heidi called up from downstairs. He caught his reflection in the mirror, a white, gaunt face with purple pouches under his eyes and deeper lines on his forehead. The word cancer surfaced again, mingling with the gypsy's whispered threat. Could the old man have cursed him? The fear was so acute he nearly believed it. He steadied his voice, called back to her, and managed to convince her he was fine. After urinating and washing up, he went downstairs, attempting to whistle, though he'd never felt such terror in his life. Later, at the country club, he met Dr. Houston. He admitted to losing 30 pounds in 3 weeks, and Houston's reaction was immediate concern. The doctor, a Fairview archetype with his white hair, tan, and expensive tastes, grilled him about potential symptoms: bleeding, sores, and Billy denied all of them. Houston laughed at his own crude joke about pallbearers, and Billy smiled along mechanically, his mind elsewhere. He remembered the gypsy's details with startling clarity: the green vest, the silver coin buttons, the children in the van with their dark, depthless eyes, Delaware plates, a bumper sticker, the image of the old man's caress, soft despite his cal-used flesh, came back to him. Then the memory surfaced fully the day the gypsies arrived in Fairview. They'd parked along the town common, their children spilling onto the grass. A young man in a t-shirt juggled bowling pins, muscles rippling, a crucifix bouncing on his chest. Fairview mothers whisked their kids away, but older children approached the gypsy children, who watched them with knowing, almost contemptuous eyes. The townies saw their own reflection in those dark gazes, the same places, the same faces, a dull repetition that bred a predictable hatred. The encounter was charged with an unspoken tension, a clash of worlds that Billy now recognized as the beginning of everything. Billy, Heidi, and Linda had been among the picnic crowd on the common that day, 2 days before the accident. Linda, drawn by the juggling act, started toward the young gypsy. Heidi's sharp command stopped her, her hand instinctively going to her collar, as it always did when she was anxious. Linda questioned the restriction, and Heidi's warning was blunt: they were gypsies, all crooks, keep your distance. Billy offered no counter-argument. The juggler tossed his pins aside, and a strikingly beautiful dark-haired girl fed him Indian clubs, which he caught and juggled with a grin. An older man in overalls distributed flyers, and the girl set up an easel with a target. She produced a slingshot and fired ball bearings with deadly accuracy, soon surrounded by eager children. Two teenage twins, identical except for their mismatched earrings, collected the spent ammunition. A police car arrived and Chief Hopley stepped out. The activity paused. Mothers reclaimed their children. Hopley engaged the juggler and the older gypsy in what looked like a tense negotiation, a familiar tableau, like players arguing with an ump. The younger man grew agitated, gesticulating, but the older man restrained him. Hopley's partner began writing tickets with theatrical deliberation. The scene played out with an air of inevitability. The juggler stormed off, the girl followed, and the gypsies began packing. The police cruiser's flashers turned lazily as the caravan rumbled to life, headlights blazing like a funeral procession. Linda was fascinated. Heidi, briskly changing the subject, offered her a ring-ding. Linda declined, peppering Billy with questions about the gypsies. He gave her a sanitized explanation. They were vagabonds, often running crooked games, and the police asked them to move on. He told her about permits and town regulations, glossing over the truth with a series of convenient lies. Later that night, Linda pressed him further in her bedroom. Had the police run them out of town? He sat on her bed weighing his response. Honesty was tiring, but he couldn't bring himself to admit the ugly truth that Janelli might have voiced you keep the undesirables out because that's what it's all about. Instead, he told her the gypsies were just vagabonds, that the police moved them along as a matter of course. He explained about permits, about the common being public property owned by the taxpayers. More lies, each one a small betrayal he recognized but couldn't stop. Linda absorbed the information, her young mind processing the idea of taxpayers and permits. He steered the conversation toward hashish and opium, deflecting her curiosity about drug deals. He reflected on his own childhood encounter with gypsies, losing $5 at a wheel of fortune, a lesson in the timeless nature of exploitation. The wandering breed never died out, he mused. They were human tumbleweeds, surviving despite centuries of persecution. Linda's question about the common being public property lingered, and he dismissed it with another falsehood about needing permits. He could feel the weight of his deceptions pressing down, but he pushed through, tucking her in and retreating to his own uneasy thoughts. The memory of lying to his daughter about the gypsies and the permits surfaced in Billy Halleck's mind as he waited, and with it came a sharper realization about the truths he had chosen not to tell her. He remembered thinking about the quiet, clean, expensive comfort of Fairview, a comfort that was, in its own way, a kind of purchase, a membership fee paid in property values and privacy, a fee that bought the right to decide who belonged and who was just a piece of dirt to be swept away. It wasn't the sort of wisdom for a junior high girl. He had reasoned it was a lesson she'd absorb later, like a slow-acting poison. He had kissed her goodnight and retreated, but the thought clung to him, the word loony, echoing hollowly in the silent study as he woke from a doze to the sound of rain. Now, sitting in the wood-paneled comfort of Dr. Houston's office, Billy's focus was sharp and singular, fixed on the man across the desk and the results he was about to deliver. His heart hammered, each beat a loud, wet thud in his ears, and a sickening bead of cold sweat traced a path from his temple. He steeled himself, vowing with a grim ferocity that he would not break down in front of this man, not here, not for this. Houston's voice cut through the tension, calm and matter-of-fact, telling him that everything was fine. The words were so unexpected, so utterly at odds with the dread that had been corroding his mind, that Billy was certain he had misheard. He blinked, his mind scrambling to catch up. Houston repeated the news. His blood work was excellent, cholesterol and triglycerides were down, and while he had lost more weight down to 217, he was still technically overweight. The doctor grinned, claiming he'd like to know his secret. Relief flooded Billy, a dizzying, sweet wave that left him feeling confused and almost giddy. He tried to explain that he didn't have a secret, that he didn't understand it himself, and he felt the word cancer, the fear that had been his constant companion, recede just a little. Houston, moving with a casual ease that Billy found both jarring and fascinating, produced a small bottle of cocaine from his desk drawer, offering it with a playful name. Billy refused, more interested in simply sitting there, letting the feeling of relief wash over him, a feeling so potent it felt like a drug in itself. Houston, seemingly energized by his own snort, launched into a story, a rambling anecdote meant to illustrate the mysteries of the human body. He spoke of a college student who had achieved academic excellence with almost no brain tissue, and an old woman who had grown a third set of teeth. The stories washed over Billy, a soothing white noise narrative that his mind could only half process, his own internal relief proving far more potent than any stimulant the doctor could offer. He watched Houston snort another line, then saw him use a Q-tip dipped in distilled water to protect his sinuses, a gesture of self-care that struck Billy as absurdly theatrical. An odd thought flickered through Billy's mind about Houston treating sick babies while that substance was in his system, but the thought held no real weight. The relief was too profound. He felt a surge of almost childlike gratitude toward this man for delivering the good news, and he let himself be carried along by the doctor's easy patter, a quiet, unspoken agreement to believe in the clean, simple results of the tests. He almost laughed aloud at the idea of walking out of this office feeling reborn, the sound of the 2001 theme playing in his head like a movie score. It was a silly thought, but he cherished the likeness of it, the sense that the nightmare he had been living might be starting to lift. Billy Halleck listened as Dr. Houston used Yard Stevens as a counterpoint to Duncan Hopley, weaving a theory about metabolism and its connection to cancer that felt almost random, though the doctor delivered it with the authority of a man who believed he was sharing profound insight. Houston's point, as he saw it, was that Yard, with his sluggish metabolism and his polite claims of a light smoking habit, was in far more danger than the heavier smoking Hopley, whose system seemed to burn through everything at a faster rate. The logic felt tangled to Billy, but he was too tired and too relieved to argue. He only nodded, a small smile on his face, thinking of his mother's old saying about Yard looking like his food wasn't doing him any good. Houston, after another quick snort from his desk drawer, seemed to find his own conclusion amusing, calling Billy the incredible mass-reducing man, and letting out a strange, high laugh that made Billy think, with a flicker of dry humor, that if this was what cocaine did to a man, he'd stick to his ring-dings. The doctor then admitted he had no real explanation for Billy's weight loss, but offered a theory that Billy might be thinking himself thin, his subconscious mind, like a waking sentry, triggering his metabolism to burn faster out of a deep, unrecognized fear. It was a neat, almost comforting idea, and Billy found himself willing to accept it, his mind already drifting toward the simple, warm thought of going home and telling Heidi the good news, of lying with her in the afternoon light. Houston stood to see him out, and Billy noticed with a quiet, almost amused detachment, the faint white powder dusting the doctor's nostril. As they walked, Houston laid out a plan for a full metabolic workup if the weight loss continued, though he clearly expected it to taper off. Billy shook his hand firmly, the physical contact a final seal on his relief, and left, eager to be home. The reunion with Heidi was swift and joyous. He told her the news, and the weight of her embrace was a physical comfort, the feel of her body against his chest, a reminder of everything he had been afraid of losing. The unspoken question hung in the air, answered by a shared look, and they moved upstairs together, their intimacy a fierce, quiet celebration that left Billy spent, and, for a little while, peaceful. Afterward, sleep claimed him quickly, but it offered no peace. In the depths of his dream, Fairview had become a wasteland, its streets filled with emaciated skeleton-like figures, all of them starving under the shadow of a monstrous vulture gypsy that croaked the single word thinner as it passed overhead. He walked through the nightmare, a helpless observer, watching the familiar landmarks of his town transformed into a landscape of horror. He saw Houston, now a skeletal figure, offering a vial of cocaine with a desperate rat-like squeal, and Yard Stevens, a walking corpse in his barber's smock, his face twisted into a scream. The terror was physical, a suffocating weight, and when the skeletal Houston reached out and touched him, whispering that terrible word again, Billy woke with a jolt, his hand clamped over his mouth, his heart pounding. He lay still, the darkness of the bedroom slowly reasserting its normalcy, the sound of Heidi's steady breathing a balm against the lingering panic. He could still feel the phantom touch of skeletal fingers on his sleeve, and he moved closer to his wife, seeking the simple, living warmth of her body, pulling a corner of the quilt over himself as if it could shield him from the dream's residue. By morning, the nightmare had faded to a dull, half-remembered unease. The scale showed a loss of only 2 pounds, which felt like a victory, a sign that Houston's prediction might be holding true. He ate a hearty breakfast, whistling, and on the drive to the station, his gaze flickered to Heads Up, expecting for just a moment to see a line of shambling scarecrows. But the street was normal, Yard Stevens as solid and real as ever, and Billy allowed himself to believe that the worst was behind him, that the dream was just the final gasp of a fear that was losing its grip. For 4 days, he managed to put the whole business out of his mind. He didn't step on the scale, didn't obsess about his weight. Then, in the middle of a court proceeding, a moment of pure, unexpected humiliation shattered his carefully constructed calm. He rose to object, and his pants, now far too loose, began to slide down his hips. He sat back down abruptly, the motion so clumsy it drew a titter from the few spectators. Judge Boynton, with his characteristic lack of warmth, made a dry comment about the nature of his objection, and Billy felt the heat of a deep, mortifying blush climb his cheeks. He muttered a non-answer, his mind racing, suddenly and acutely aware that the nightmare he thought he had escaped might not be over at all. Billy Halleck muttered a feeble excuse to Judge Boynton, claiming he had changed his mind about the objection, and the judge let out a non-committal grunt. The hearing dragged on, but Billy could barely focus, his mind consumed by a single practical terror. How was he going to stand up without his pants falling down? When the judge finally called a recess, Billy remained glued to his seat, pretending to study papers until the room cleared. Then he rose, hands shoved deep into his coat pockets, using the fabric to grip his trousers and hold them in place as he walked. In the privacy of a stall in the men's room, he finally let his pants drop, the fabric pooling around his ankles with a soft jingle of loose change. He sat down heavily on the toilet, his belt held out before him like a piece of evidence, and what he saw there sent a chill of pure, undeniable horror through him. The belt, a gift from his daughter Linda, told a story his rational mind had been trying to deny. The deepest, most worn indent was just beyond the first hole, the hole he'd been using for months, the one that had once felt tight but was now the only one that could hold his pants up. But there were other marks now, fainter than the first, but unmistakable. A line of fresh holes, each one lighter than the last, each one a record of a weight loss that wasn't slowing down but accelerating. He had used the 6th hole, the very last one, and he had no 7th hole to go to. A wave of nausea and panic washed over him. He knew he had to get back to the courtroom, but the truth he had just discovered seemed far more important than any probate case. Stepping out of the stall, he let his pants fall again and studied his reflection in the mirror, lifting his shirt to reveal his midsection. The sight that greeted him was a revelation. The small potbelly he'd been so self-consciously aware of was simply gone. In its place was a flatness that looked alien on his frame, a hollow where there should have been flesh. He looked like a child, wearing his father's clothes, a ridiculous, grotesque image that triggered a surge of near-hysterical laughter, a sound that was half sob, half scream. In that moment, the last vestiges of his denial shattered. He understood, with a crystal clarity that felt like sanity itself, that the old gypsy had cursed him. It wasn't cancer. Cancer would have been a clean, quick explanation. This was something else, something that was only beginning to unfold, and he knew, with a certainty that settled in his bones, that he couldn't tell anyone, not Heidi, not anyone without sounding mad. But he had never felt more sane. The bathroom door banged open, startling him. It was his assistant, John Parker, calling out to him, and Billy retreated back into the stall, his heart hammering. He managed a strained reply, claiming he was fine, just mailing a package, but his mind was already racing ahead, trying to figure out how he was going to face Judge Boynton without his pants falling down. The solution came to him with a flash of desperate practicality, his Swiss Army knife. He used it to punch a new, ragged hole in the belt, the seventh one, and though it was crude, it worked. He buckled it, put on his coat, and stepped out, suddenly hyper-aware of how loosely his pants now swished around his thin legs, and how others might have been seeing this all along, quietly talking behind his back. He splashed water on his face, and returned to the courtroom where Boynton was already seated, his expression forbidding. Billy offered a weak gesture of apology, which was met with stony silence, and then the droning proceedings began again. Somehow, he got through the day. That night, after Heidi and Linda were asleep, Billy crept to the bathroom and stepped onto the scale. The number that stared back at him was 195. He stared at it for a long, long time, the truth of it sinking in. The next day, driven by a kind of feverish denial, he went out and bought new clothes, smaller clothes, as if the simple act of changing his wardrobe could change the reality of what was happening to him. He even bought a new, smaller belt. For a few days, he ate and drank too much, trying to force his body back to its old shape, but the new clothes started to sag and bag almost immediately, just like the old ones. A week later, he stood before the bathroom scales again, his heart pounding so hard he could feel the pulse in his temples. The scale had become a goblin in his mind, a thing of terror. He bit down hard on his lip, drawing blood as he forced himself to step on. The number that appeared made his stomach lurch in a nauseating giddy tumble. 188. He gripped the counter, fighting the urge to vomit, the sheer physical necessity of keeping his calories down overriding the revulsion. He had lost weight, again. The process was not slowing down, it was speeding up. The relief he felt was a strange, hollow thing, the relief of a condemned man who has stopped hoping for a last-minute reprieve. It was real. The curse was real. He turned off the light and walked downstairs, a strange, mirthless smile on his lips, thinking of death row inmates and their final walk. Billy Halleck descended the stairs to find his wife seated at his desk, a tableau of domestic routine that felt suddenly, jarringly wrong. The bills were stacked neatly on her left, the computer screen glowed in front of her, and the checkbook was propped against the keyboard like a piece of sheet music. But she wasn't writing or calculating. She was just sitting there, a cigarette burning forgotten between her fingers, and when she turned to face him, the depth of the sorrow in her eyes hit him with the force of a physical blow. He recognized the look. It was the same look he had been avoiding in his own reflection for weeks, the same look he had seen in the mirror as he pulled his belt tighter and tighter, refusing to acknowledge the truth of what was happening to his body. He saw it now in the dark circles under her eyes, in the desperate, unspoken question that hung in the air between them. There was no point in pretending anymore. He confirmed her fears bluntly. Yes, he was still losing weight. She let out a long, trembling sigh, and though her expression was one of anguish, Billy sensed a flicker of relief that the silence between them had finally been broken. He knew that relief intimately. It was the same feeling he'd had when he'd admitted the truth to himself in the men's room mirror. She hadn't dared to speak of it, just as no one at the office had dared to comment on his increasingly ill-fitting clothes. They had all let him discover it for himself, in the most humiliating way possible. He admitted the number on the scale, 188. She whispered an oath, the word heavy with dread. He asked for one of her cigarettes, and as he lit it, the first drag made his head spin. He welcomed the dizziness. It was preferable to the numb horror that had settled over him since his moment of clarity. He told her that Linda knew too, that he had seen the fear in his daughter's eyes without fully understanding it until now. Heidi insisted he go back to Dr. Houston for the metabolic tests. For a moment, the truth was on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to confess everything, to tell her about the curse, the old gypsy, the terrible certainty that had taken root in his soul. But something stopped him. Sitting there, facing her across the desk, with the sound of their daughter's television drifting in from the other room, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a savage, visceral wave of hatred. It was a primitive emotion, unthinking and pure, and it was directed squarely at her. The memory of the accident came flooding back with a clarity that was brutal and unforgiving. He remembered the drive home, The casual way she had scooted over next to him, the sudden, shocking intimacy of her hand on his zipper. He remembered the feel of her fingers, the way she had silenced his protest with a playful smile. He remembered the distraction, the overwhelming physical sensation that had stolen his attention from the road just as the old woman stepped out from between the cars. He had been helpless, his reactions dulled by the imminent climax, and by the time he'd seen her it was too late. It was Heidi's fault. The thought crystallized in his mind with a cold, hard certainty. If she hadn't chosen that particular day, that particular moment to try something new, he would have been in control. He would have seen the woman, braked in time, and the whole nightmare would have been averted. There would have been no hearing, no gypsy waiting outside the courthouse, no curse. But she had acted, and he had paid the price. She sat there now, with her dark circles and her sallow skin, but those were minor complaints. She wasn't wasting away. She wasn't being eaten alive from the inside. The old gypsy hadn't touched her. The moment for confession passed. He swallowed the hatred, buried it deep, and instead told her he would make the appointment with Houston. She opened her arms to him, and he went to her, finding comfort in her embrace, even as a part of him recoiled. He felt shame for the darkness that had just passed through him, but he knew, with a sickening certainty, that it would return. It was a seed that had been planted, and in the weeks to come, as Fairview spring slid into summer, it would continue to grow, a poisonous vine that he could not seem to uproot. Billy Halleck called Dr. Houston to schedule the metabolic tests, and the doctor's tone, when he returned the call, was noticeably less optimistic. He still clung to the possibility of a normal explanation, but Billy could hear the shift in his voice. The once favored theory was now a long shot. Billy found himself looking down at his midsection, at the place where his considerable belly had once been, and was surprised by a wave of something that felt almost like grief. He missed that gut. In some strange, inexplicable way, it had been a companion, a familiar weight that had anchored him to his old self. Houston offered no concrete alternative, only the vague hope that the specialists at the clinic might have answers. Billy made the appointment at the Henry Glassman Clinic in New Jersey, a 3-day stay that would be expensive but covered by his insurance. He hung up with a bleak request for a get-well card. The week before the appointment was a slow descent. He watched himself erode, the panic nibbling at the edges of his resolve. At dinner one night, Linda, with the blunt honesty of a child, told him he was losing too much weight. He pointed at his plate, heavy with food, a silent, almost accusatory gesture meant to prove he was eating enough. But his mild tone couldn't mask the truth, and his daughter fled the table in tears. Heidi looked at him with the same bleak expression, and Billy felt a familiar, bitter thought surface. This was how the world ended, not with a bang, but with a thinning. When he offered to talk to Linda, Heidi warned him that his appearance would only scare the girl more, and the bright flash of hatred surged in him again. The days blurred into a cascade of descending numbers on the scale 186, 183, 181, 180. It was as if a supernatural eraser was at work, rubbing him out pound by pound. He hadn't weighed 180 since high school. In the sleepless hours of the night, his mind churned, grasping for explanations. He remembered reading about the power of suggestion, the idea that voodoo worked because the victim believed it did. Perhaps Houston was right. Perhaps he was thinking himself thin. The thought was almost comforting, a door that might lead back to sanity. But a harder, more logical part of his mind rejected it. The old gypsy had only said one word, a word Billy hadn't even consciously remembered until after the weight loss had begun. There was no elaborate suggestion, no detailed curse, just a word. And yet, the argument raged on in his head, a civil war with no clear victor. He considered hypnosis, therapy, anything that might plant a counter-suggestion in his mind, but he knew, with a sinking certainty, that it might not work. 2 nights before he was to check into the clinic, he stepped on the scale and saw 179. And as he stared at the dial, a new thought surfaced. As natural as a river finding its course, he needed to talk to Judge Carrie Rossington. Rossington was the one who had presided over the hearing, the one who had let him off. He was also a friend, a man who could be trusted, up to a point, to keep a confidence. Billy knew the judge had a reputation for being indiscreet when drunk, but the nature of their shared secret, the questionable handling of the case, made it unlikely he would spread the tale of Billy's paranoid fears. There was too much at stake for Rossington himself. Billy dressed quickly and headed downstairs. The cool night air was a relief as he walked to the Rossington house. When later Rossington opened the door, the sight of her gave him a jolt. She looked at him, as if she didn't recognize him, her gaze unnervingly blank. She was dressed impeccably, her hair pulled back in a severe style, but her skin was too smooth, her eyes too shadowed. He wondered if she was drunk, or worse, on drugs. But there was something else in her expression, a deep, pervasive fear that seemed to mirror his own. She claimed Carrie was in Minnesota, visiting a sister who was ill. Billy, with a lawyer's instinct for detail, pointed out that Carrie had no sisters. The simple fact hung in the air, and he saw the mask of composure on Lada's face flicker, a crack in the facade that only deepened his suspicion. Leda Rossington attempted to smile, a tight, painful grimace that failed to mask the turmoil beneath. She stumbled over her words, claiming Carrie was in Minnesota visiting his brother, but Billy gently corrected her, reminding her that Carrie was an only child, a fact they had discussed years ago over drinks. As he spoke, trying to ease the tension with idle chatter about the old bar that had burned down, he saw a single tear escape her eye and trace a path down her cheek. She blinked, and another followed. Her plea was simple and desperate. Go away, don't ask questions. But Billy couldn't let it go. On a sudden, inexplicable impulse, he unzipped his jacket, exposing his gaunt frame. He told her, his voice low and urgent, that he had lost 70 pounds. She recoiled, insisting it had nothing to do with her, but he pressed on, climbing a step closer, demanding to know where Carrie was. Her question, when it came, struck him like a physical blow. She asked if it was the gypsies. The question hung in the air, and Billy felt a strange, breathless relief. Here was someone who might understand. He admitted the truth, struggling to voice the word curse, bracing himself for her laughter or dismissal. But she didn't laugh. Her shoulders slumped, her head bowed, and he saw in her a mirror of his own terror and confusion. He moved to touch her arm, a gesture of sympathy, and was met with a shocking blast of pure hatred. Her face twisted, the words spilling out in a venomous hiss. It was all his fault. He had hit the gypsy woman. The vulgarity she used was so startling, so out of character, that Billy's mind reeled. He started to protest, to deflect the blame, but she was already changing, her expression smoothing into a cold, polite mask. She invited him inside. In the living room, she poured him a strong martini, and he drank it greedily, the alcohol a welcome, warming burn in his hollow stomach. He could almost taste the calories. She sat down with her own drink, a glass even larger than his, and began to talk. The story came out in disjointed fragments, punctuated by bird-like sips of gin. Carrie was at the Mayo Clinic, she said, not visiting relatives. He was convinced he had cancer, though the doctors couldn't find anything. Lada's voice was flat, distant, as if she were reciting a tale she had told many times before. She had remembered the old gypsy from the flea market, the one who had touched Carrie's face. He had refused to tell her what was said, but she knew, deep down, that it was connected. Billy drank more of his martini, listening as Lada's composure continued to crack. She spoke of Carrie's obsession with skin cancer, his refusal to believe in anything as superstitious as a gypsy curse. She admitted. She had seen the truth in his eyes, a dark, growing awareness that he couldn't escape. She fetched herself another drink, explaining that she planned to flee to their Florida home if he returned, unable to bear the thought of being near him, of his touch. Billy pressed her for details, desperate to understand what was happening. What was wrong with Carrie? Her answer, delivered with a dry, horrified smile, was almost too absurd to process. He was growing scales. His skin was turning into scales, like a fish or a reptile. She laughed, A harsh, cawing sound that made Billy's blood run cold, a sound that spoke of a mind teetering on the edge of madness. She clapped her hands over her mouth, as if to stifle the sound, and Billy, needing a moment to process this revelation, turned his back on her and went to the bar to fix himself another drink. He lingered there, letting her talk, listening as the full, terrifying picture of Carrie Rossington's fate began to emerge from her disjointed, gin-soaked narrative. Carrie Rossington had been livid after the old gypsy man touched him, and the next day he'd driven to Raintree to see his friend Alan Chalker, the chief of police. Chalker confirmed the gypsies had come from Fairview and had already overstayed their welcome. He decided to let them work the departing crowds at the annual flea market before moving them along, but by Monday morning, the field was empty. They had vanished overnight, leaving only trash and the blackened remains of their fires. Good riddance, as far as Chalker was concerned. The old gypsy had touched Carrie on Sunday afternoon. On Monday, Carrie tried to lodge a complaint, though Lita didn't know on what grounds, and on Tuesday morning, the trouble began. After his shower, Carrie called her to the breakfast nook, his robe hanging open, and showed her a patch of roughened, yellowish skin just above his solar plexus. It was lighter than his tanned flesh, and felt oddly hard, almost armored when she touched it. He worried it might be ringworm or impetigo, but she dismissed the idea, pointing out the gypsy had touched his face, not his chest. She hurried him off to get dressed. 2 nights later, his voice had taken on a frantic edge as he called her into the bathroom. He stood shirtless before the mirror, his razor forgotten, staring at his own reflection. The patch had spread into a tree-like blotch that now covered most of his chest, creeping toward his belly button. The raised, yellowish flesh was crisscrossed with deep cracks, and for the first time, Lita thought it looked scaly. He demanded to know what it was, his voice rising toward a scream, but she could only tell him he needed to see a doctor. He refused, insisting it might look better tomorrow, and asked for hand cream. She fled back to her room, unable to bear the sight of him smearing the white cream over the alien flesh, the rasping sound of his fingers against it. For the first time, she was grateful for the twin beds, grateful she wouldn't have to feel his touch in the dark. She lay awake, listening to him rub the cream in, the soft, repetitive sound driving her to the edge of madness. For 2 nights, he claimed it was getting better, but she could see the lie in his eyes. On the 3rd night, he came to her bedroom wearing only his pajama pants. The scales, there was no other word for them now, covered almost his entire chest and stomach, a thick, ugly carapace of hard yellow flesh, like burn tissue or the skin of a reptile. Deep black cracks zigzagged across the surface, revealing pinkish-red flesh beneath. His left nipple was partially visible, but the rest was buried under the growth. His right nipple was gone entirely, and the scales had begun to creep around his side toward his back. He lowered his pajama pants, and she screamed, the sound finally breaking free of her frozen throat. The scales were sending tendrils down into his groin, burying his pubic hair in yellow armor. She screamed at him to stop, but not before she had seen. He admitted he had thought it was getting better, but the next day, he finally made an appointment with Houston. The skin continued to creep and spread. The dermatologists in New York were confident at first, prescribing hard gamma X-rays, but the scales kept growing. Rossington told her the new flesh had no feeling. He had even crushed a cigarette out on his own stomach without pain, a discovery that horrified her. The doctors revised their diagnosis, trying vitamins and glandular injections, but the scales had already begun to appear on his neck, his chin, and finally his face. The dermatologists admitted they were stumped. Carrie refused to discuss the gypsy anymore, once raising his hand to strike her when she brought it up. He clung desperately to the idea of skin cancer, a rational, treatable disease, and raged at her to shut up about the old man. But she knew, and she could see in his eyes that he knew too, that this was something else. When he arranged his leave of absence, telling his colleague he had skin cancer, she understood the depth of his denial. But the truth was there, in the spreading scales, in the cold, armored flesh, and in the terror that lived behind his eyes. The following 2 weeks, Lita explained, were a blur of horror she could barely bring herself to recall. Carrie's behavior became erratic and desperate. He would sleep for hours at a time, sometimes in their bed, but just as often slumped in his den chair or with his head buried in his arms at the kitchen table. Every afternoon around 4, he would begin drinking heavily, clutching a bottle of whiskey in his increasingly scaly hand as he sat in the family room, staring blankly at the television. He would watch anything, from old sitcoms to the evening news to late-night movies, all the while drinking straight from the bottle. Some nights, she would find him weeping while a TV announcer cheerfully invited viewers to look at the videotape. On other, mercifully rarer nights, he would rage through the house like a madman, shouting that it was skin cancer, that the UV lamp had done this to him, that he would sue the doctors who had failed him into oblivion. He broke things during these fits, and Leda eventually realized these episodes always occurred on the nights their cleaning woman had been there. He would hide in the attic while she worked, and the shame of his isolation would boil over into fury after she left. Billy listened, his own horror mounting. When Leda finally asked, her voice thick with gin and despair, what would become of him, Billy shook his head. He had no answer, and he found he couldn't even bear to contemplate the question. It was like looking at a photograph of a man being executed, a moment of such stark, incomprehensible violence that the mind simply refused to process it. She mentioned again that Carrie had chartered a private plane to Minnesota, unable to bear the stares of strangers. Billy repeated that he didn't know what would become of him, thinking to himself that he didn't know what would become of himself either. Leda, unsteady on her feet, moved closer to him, her eyes wide and glittering with uncomprehending horror. Her breath was rank with gin as she leaned in, her voice dropping to an intimate whisper. She told him Carrie looked like an alligator now, like something that had crawled out of a swamp and put on human clothes. She admitted she had been glad when he left, that if he hadn't, she would have fled herself. Billy, unable to bear the closeness, stood up abruptly, catching her as she swayed. He looked into her eyes, and saw a woman teetering on the edge of madness, perhaps even welcoming the fall. He said he had to go. His voice strained. She responded with a bitter, knowing tone, accusing him of only coming for information. He apologized, and in a moment of absurd reflexive politeness, asked her to give Carrie his best. She told him that would be difficult. The transformation was now happening inside Carrie's mouth, thickening his gums and plating his tongue, reducing his speech to guttural grunts. Billy backed away, desperate to escape her soft, cultured voice, her glittering, mad eyes. She followed him, her accusations growing louder, demanding to know why he had brought this upon them. He found the doorknob, his hand shaking, and she screamed at him to save his apologies, hurling her martini glass at the door jamb as he stumbled out into the night. He made it to the corner, collapsing onto a bench in a bus shelter, his body shivering as if with a fever. The rain began to fall, a cold spring drizzle, as he sat there, his mind reeling. He had killed the old woman, and now he was wasting away. Carrie Rossington, the judge who had let him off, was at the Mayo Clinic, turning into a reptile. Who else was involved? Who else had the old gypsy marked for revenge? His thoughts turned to the police, the ones who had rousted the gypsies from the town common. One was just a patrolman, following orders, but the orders had come from Duncan Hopley, the chief. The gypsies had been run out of town on a technicality, but the message was clear: they weren't welcome. They had made a deal with a sour old farmer named Arncaster, the sort of man who was always willing to take their money, a man who owed everyone and had no love for the town's elites. It was a pattern as old as the gypsies themselves find the outcast, the debtor, the man who would let them camp on his land. Billy realized that Hopley would have accepted this arrangement. It was out of sight, out of mind, and the gypsies would soon move on. But after the accident, after the old man had touched him on the courthouse steps, the way things were done was no longer enough. Hopley had moved them along, revoking their fire permit under the pretext of high fire danger, and then applying pressure to Arncaster's creditors, squeezing the farmer until he had no choice but to send the gypsies packing. It was a chain of cause and effect, and Billy, sitting in the cold rain, could see it all clearly now. The curse had not just been for him, it was for all of them who had conspired, wittingly or not, to erase the gypsies from Fairview. Billy Halleck sat hunched in the cramped phone booth across from the police station, the receiver pressed to his ear, watching rain streak the glass. He understood the mechanics of power in Fairview with a lawyer's clarity. Hopley hadn't just rousted the gypsies, he'd done it through a quiet, insidious campaign coffee with one creditor, lunch with another, a casual word here, a bottle of beer there. By the following sundown, every man with a financial stake in Lars Arncaster's failing farm had called the old farmer, making it clear how grateful the town would be if those troublesome gypsies simply moved along. The plan had worked exactly as Hopley intended. Arncaster, cowed and desperate, had refunded the gypsies' rent and sent them packing. Billy could picture the scene vividly, the young juggler protesting, still not grasping the fixed nature of his place in the world, while Arncaster, sober or drunk, it didn't matter, explained that forces beyond his control were at work. The gypsies had no signed lease, no legal standing. They were simply being swept aside, as they always had been. Billy stood up from the bench where he'd been sitting, the cold rain soaking through his coat as he began the slow walk home. A light glowed in the bedroom window, Heidi, waiting up for him. His mind churned through the chain of culpability. Not the patrol car jockey. He decided that man had merely followed orders. Not Arncaster either. He was just a desperate farmer who'd seen a chance for quick cash. But Hopley? Yes, Hopley perhaps. Billy knew the police chief was essentially a trained dog, preserving the town's comfortable status quo. Yet the old gypsy man wouldn't see it that way. Hopley had done more than roust them. He'd actively covered up the accident, burying any possible culpability. No breathalyzer test, no real investigation, just a smooth, efficient cover-up that Carrie Rossington had knowingly sanctioned. The wind picked up, driving the rain harder against his face. Billy watched the water cratering in the puddles, the amber street lamps casting a polished, eerie glow across the street. Branches groaned overhead, and he looked up uneasily, a thought glimmering at the edge of his consciousness. He should go see Hopley. But then Lady Rossington's horrified face swam into his mind, her words echoing Carrie, was hard to talk to now, everything reduced to grunts. Not tonight. He'd had enough for tonight. Heidi's voice cut through his reverie as he entered the bedroom. She lay in the pool of light from her reading lamp, her book set aside, and he could see the dark hollows under her eyes. The sight stirred no pity in him tonight, only a dull, familiar resentment. He thought of telling her the truth, that Carrie Rossington was turning into something inhuman, that his skin was plating over like an alligator's. But the words died in his throat. Nowhere, he said instead, just walking, thinking. She pressed him about the smell of gin on him, and he admitted to stopping at Andy's pub. Her questions came in a careful, probing way that felt like a cross-examination. He deflected them, his tone clipped. When she tried to express hope that the metabolic tests would find something treatable, he only grunted. He could feel her fear radiating across the room, and he knew she was grateful it wasn't cancer. Grateful she could remain on the outside, seeing gradations of horror he was forced to inhabit fully. Some of his bitterness must have shown on his face, because her expression tightened with misery. She apologized, saying everything she said seemed to be the wrong thing. You know it, babe, he thought, and the hot, sour hatred surged up again, mixing with the gin in his gut. He pushed it down, trying to focus on the shame that followed. Rossington was transforming into a grotesquerie. Hopley might be suffering something worse. Compared to that, losing weight wasn't so bad, was it? He undressed in the dark and took her in his arms. At first, she was stiff, unyielding, and he thought she would refuse him. Then she softened, and he heard the sobs she tried to swallow. He whispered an apology, and she responded with the same aching helplessness. They made love, and he told himself it was for her, but by the end he realized it had been for his own escape. For a brief while, Leda's haunted face faded from his mind, and he could sleep. The next morning the scale read 176. He'd arranged a leave of absence for the metabolic series, and Kirk Penchley had agreed with suspicious alacrity. But Billy understood the subtext. They wanted him gone. The office had become a place of awkward glances and averted eyes. his emaciated frame a reminder of something they didn't want to confront. When he called to extend his leave, Penchley had been eager to oblige. Billy could almost hear the man's thoughts, the assumption that cancer had finally been diagnosed, that Billy was quietly preparing for the end. The anger stirred again, thin but present. "That's not what I'm saying," he thought. "Not yet." Penchley offered to reassign his cases, and Billy bit back the accusation that most had already been quietly transferred. Instead, he asked for help tracking the gypsies. The request felt loony to his own ears, but he pressed on, explaining the connection to the accident. Penchley's voice sharpened into its familiar tenacious tone as he took notes. Billy provided details: the farmer Lars Arncaster, the dead woman's name Susanna Lemke. He wanted the gypsies found, and he was willing to pay for the investigation himself. Penchley asked if he was worried about a civil suit, and Billy could hear the unspoken question behind it: is Halleck trying to settle his affairs? Billy let it stand. There was no point explaining the real reason. When he hung up, his coffee had gone cold. At the police station, Rand Foxworth greeted him with a harried formality. "Hopley had the flu," he said, his tone daring Billy to challenge the excuse. Billy let it slide, leaving the station and crossing to a phone booth to call Dr. Houston. The receptionist tried to put him off, but Billy insisted it was urgent. When Houston finally came on the line, his voice was cool and distant, tinged with irritation. Billy could read the subtext clearly. "You're no longer my patient. Give me something I can diagnose, or there's no basis for this call." Billy pressed him anyway, asking directly what was wrong with Duncan Hopley. Houston bristled at the breach of privilege, and Billy didn't hesitate to remind him of the cocaine in his desk drawer. The threat was implicit, and Houston's voice stiffened with fear. Billy pushed harder, demanding to know if Houston saw the pattern: the 3 strange illnesses that had struck Fairview. Carrie Rossington's bizarre skin condition, Hopley's sudden affliction, and Billy's own inexplicable weight loss. Houston dismissed it all as coincidence, his tone condescending. Billy felt a sudden, clear loathing for the man and his willful blindness. Houston finally admitted that Hopley was suffering from a severe case of adult acne, framing it as a temporary glandular imbalance. Billy pressed for more, but Houston's patience was exhausted. He hung up, leaving Billy alone in the booth, the receiver buzzing in his hand. Houston's voice carried a cool, distant edge that Billy could read with painful clarity, a dismissal wrapped in clinical politeness. The message was unmistakable. Billy was no longer a patient worth treating, just a disturbing anomaly that made Houston uncomfortable. The man had his beeper, his expensive equipment, his vast pharmacopoeia, all the trappings of modern medicine that made him feel competent and useful. Billy's inexplicable decline reduced him to a helpless 17th-century physician, and he resented it deeply. Billy muttered something under his breath about modern medicine, and Houston pressed him to speak up, his irritation barely concealed. He claimed his physician's assistant was out sick, his patience worn thin. Billy cut to the point, asking directly what was wrong with Duncan Hopley. The silence on the other end stretched long and uncomfortable. Houston deflected, demanding to know why Billy was asking, his voice guarded. Billy refused to be sidestepped, pointing out the obvious pattern: 3 strange illnesses in Fairview over the past month. Houston's own affliction, Rossington's grotesque skin condition, and Billy's relentless weight loss. He challenged Houston directly, suggesting another doctor, one not so fond of cocaine, might have seen the connection. Houston bristled at the accusation, his voice stiff with anger and an undercurrent of fear. He demanded to know if Billy was threatening him. Billy denied it, his wariness palpable, and pushed harder for an answer. Houston hedged, calling Billy's reasoning paranoid, dismissing the connection as coincidence. Billy persisted, his frustration mounting, until Houston finally admitted the truth: Duncan Hopley had a severe case of acne. Pimples, blackheads, whiteheads, nothing more. Billy stood up abruptly, the phone booth suddenly suffocating. He pressed Houston for any other cases, but Houston insisted there were none, dismissing Hopley's condition as a temporary glandular imbalance, a recurrence of adolescent skin problems. Billy pointed out the absurdity of the rationalization: Rossington's alligator skin, his own anorexia, and Hopley's sudden affliction, all of it adding up to something far stranger than coincidence. Houston grew impatient, deflecting again, and Billy asked about Lars Arncaster. Houston dismissed the question sharply. Arncaster wasn't his patient, and Billy had promised to ask only one question. Billy pressed for the last piece of information: when Houston had last seen Hopley. 2 weeks ago, Houston replied, his voice clipped and unfriendly. He told Billy to make an appointment next time and hung up. Billy left the phone booth and drove to Hopley's house on Ribbonmaker Lane. The police chief's mod assault box sat quietly in the dusk, his Volvo parked in the garage. Billy rang the bell, then knocked, then pounded on the door. A hoarse voice finally shouted from inside, telling him to go away, to fuck off. Billy shouted back, insisting he had to talk. More silence, then the sound of movement behind the door, a shuffle, a rustle. Billy spoke through the mail slot, his voice urgent and low. He told Hopley about the accident, the gypsy woman, his own unexplained weight loss. He mentioned Rossington's strange skin disease, the trip to the Mayo Clinic. He said the words out loud for the first time: it was a gypsy curse. He asked if Hopley had been touched too. A long silence stretched between them. Then a single word drifted back through the mail slot, barely audible, heavy with dread. Billy pressed for details, for the gypsy's direction. Hopley's voice was a papery whisper filled with despair. He said it was too far gone, that Billy couldn't do anything. Billy insisted it was a chance, but Hopley only repeated that it was too late. Billy heard the defeat in his voice, the finality. He began to turn away, and then the door clicked open. Billy stood frozen, staring at the black crack between door and jamb, listening to the rustling movements retreating into the darkness. Goosebumps crawled across his skin. For a moment, he nearly walked away, reasoning that Penchley could find the gypsies without Hopley's help. But he pushed the thought aside, grabbed the knob and stepped inside. He followed the dim shape down the hall, past a door that opened and closed, into a den that smelled faintly of spoiling meat. Hopley sat in an Eames chair, barely visible in the shadows, a misshapen silhouette. A tensor lamp cast a small, concentrated circle of light on the desk, leaving the rest of the room in cold darkness. Billy sat in the chair farthest from the man, straining to see his face. Hopley's voice came from the dark, flat and weary, telling Billy to get on with it. Billy responded with equal bluntness, saying he didn't care what Hopley thought of him. Hopley pressed on the details of the accident, suggesting Billy had been drinking. Billy denied it, his voice rising with anger. He explained that his wife had been distracting him. She'd never done anything like it before, and that the old woman had been jaywalking. He pointed out that Hopley, Rossington, and Leda had all been quick to assign blame, but none of it mattered now. He had cried to Tom Rangeley to avoid the breathalyzer, begged Hopley to soft-pedal the investigation and run the gypsies out of town. Hopley said nothing. Billy fell silent too. Billy's voice cracked with a hoarseness that surprised him, the words spilling out in a rush of bitter truth. He laid it all bare: his wife's distraction, the old woman's jaywalking, Hopley's cover-up, Rossington's whitewash. None of it mattered anymore. But if Hopley wanted to assign blame in the dark, Billy insisted, he should save a portion for himself. Hopley responded with a dry, sardonic compliment, comparing Billy's outburst to a courtroom summation. Billy told him to go to hell, and started to leave, but Hopley's weary sighs stopped him. The police chief urged him to sit back down, calling him sanctimonious. Billy hesitated. Recognizing his own cowardice, he wanted to flee, but part of him knew it was just fear of the dark, slumped shape in the chair. He sat, his thighs trembling, his mouth dry. Hopley spoke with a grim, weary candor, confessing that he didn't care about the post-mortems either. He'd acted without thinking, as he always did. The gypsies weren't the first drifters he'd run out of town, and he'd covered for plenty of hot shit townies in his time. The code was simple. You didn't shit where you ate. Hopley laughed, a gasping, wheezy sound that raised goosebumps on Billy's arms. He admitted that if nothing had happened, none of them would even remember the gypsies now. Billy opened his mouth to argue, to insist he'd never forget the sick double thud of the impact. But then he remembered Mohawk, the laughter, the hiking, the love-making. It had been only 2 weeks after the accident. He closed his mouth, silenced by his own memory. Hopley continued, his voice hollow. He was scared, deeply scared. The worst part, he said, was the possibility of going on like this indefinitely, hiding in the dark, watching TV, reading, surviving on routine. He had money. But what was the point of spending it when his face was sliding off? Billy shook his head numbly, unable to find words. Hopley asked when the old gypsy had touched Billy. Billy turned the question back on him. 5 weeks ago, Hopley said, in a Milford restaurant. He'd been with his parents, and the old man had come out of the men's room, touched his cheek, and said something Billy couldn't hear over the crash of dropped plates. But he didn't need to hear it, Hopley said. He only needed to look in the mirror. Billy pressed for details. Were they camped in Milford? Hopley confirmed that he'd checked with the local police. The gypsies had been on a farm for 4 days, the same arrangement as with Arncaster. They'd moved on the morning after the old man touched him. Billy asked if Hopley thought the gypsy had known he'd be there. Hopley was silent for a long moment, then admitted he did. Another piece of insanity in a world gone mad. Billy forced himself to explain his plan. He'd use the firm's investigators to track the gypsies down. He wanted to confront the old man, to lay out everything his own fault. His wife's, Rossington's, Hopley's. He wanted to tell the old man about the jaywalking, the simple common sense the old woman had ignored. Hopley cut him off with a bitter, weary question. Did Billy really think the old man would care about third-grade lessons? Billy admitted he didn't know. Hopley pressed him, asking if he realized the old man's perspective, a lifetime of being rousted, exploited, and humiliated, canvas tents burned with babies inside, daughters attacked, sons beaten, a lifetime of being called dirty gypsies, and then a fat, privileged lawyer runs down his wife and gets whitewashed by the system. Hopley asked again, did Billy really think the old man would listen to his carefully reasoned arguments? Billy had no answer. Billy's voice cracked as he told Hopley to stop. His hand going to his cheek, he expected sweat, but found tears instead. Hopley refused to relent, his tone taking on a savage, almost joyful edge. He acknowledged that Billy's plan might work after all. Daniel Webster had once talked Satan's jury around, but he warned that Billy was clinging to illusions. The old gypsy was mad, consumed by fury, and revenge blinded people to nuance. When a plane crash killed your family, you didn't care about the chain of errors, you wanted a goat to blame. And they were that goat. Hopley's hand crept into the circle of light from the tensor lamp, turning it to illuminate his face. Billy gasped, the sound escaping before he could stop it. Hopley's skin was a nightmare landscape of erupting pimples the size of saucers, spreading across his chin, neck, arms, and hands. Smaller eruptions rashed his cheeks, and forehead. His nose was a plague zone of blackheads. Yellowish pus oozed through channels between bulging flesh, blood trickled here and there. Coarse, helter-skelter tufts of beard hair sprouted from the ruined terrain, and in the center of it all, embedded in that trickling red horror, were Hopley's staring eyes, watching Billy's revulsion with grim satisfaction. Hopley turned the lamp off. Billy stammered an apology, but Hopley dismissed it with that same weird joviality. He reminded Billy that his own decline was slower but inevitable. He'd keep his service pistol in the desk drawer, ready for when it got bad enough. He wanted Billy to see what he was dealing with, to understand the old gypsy's perspective. Hopley himself would want revenge, would kill slowly, and without sweet reason. Billy heard the sickening sound of Hopley drawing his fingers down his cheek, ripe pimples breaking open. He thought of Rossington plating over, Hopley rotting, himself wasting away. He tried to speak, but only a dry croak emerged. Hopley urged him to consider killing the old man instead, but Billy had reached his limit. He fled the study, cracking his hip on the desk, terrified that Hopley would reach out and touch him. He burst into the night, breathing in great lungfuls of clean air, his head bowed, thighs trembling. Over the following days, Billy restlessly considered calling Janelli, but ultimately checked into the Glassman Clinic for the metabolic series. He couldn't cancel, not with Heidi and Linda depending on him. He hid his crazy knowledge like a drug habit and submitted to the tests, barium, X-rays, CAT scans, EEGs, EKGs. Doctors paraded through to examine him like a rare zoo exhibit. Needles left band-aids on both hands. On his second morning, he noticed his ribs were visible for the first time since high school, maybe forever. His bones cast shadows under his skin, his pelvic blades protruding. He touched one and thought of the gear shift in his first car. He laughed, then felt the sting of tears. His days were like that now, upsy-downsy, weather unsettled, chance of showers. During his 3-day stay, he lost 7 pounds. His mind chanted the numbers 172. He was out of the heavyweight class now, sliding through middleweight toward welterweight, lightweight, bantamweight. Flowers arrived from Heidi, from the firm, and a small nosegay from Linda. The card in her flat, sprawling hand told him to get well soon. He cried over that. On the 3rd day, he dressed in jeans and a Fairview t-shirt, feeling less vulnerable out of the hospital Johnny. He met with the 3 doctors, suppressing a grim smile as he thought of Lita Rossington. They were excited, almost giddy, convinced they knew what was wrong with him or were close to knowing. They presented 3 possibilities: a rare Micronesian wasting disease, an undescribed metabolic disorder, or a psychological form of anorexia so rare it had never been proven. Billy could see the hot light in their eyes. They were pulling for the anorexia, eager for their names in medical journals. They wanted him to stay for another week, 2, maybe 3, megavitamins, protein injections, more tests. Billy told them quietly he had to leave. They remonstrated, expostulated, lectured. To Billy, they began to look like the 3 Stooges, and he half expected them to start brawling in their white coats. One doctor warned him about mouth sores, skin problems, scurvy, beriberi, susceptibility to infections. Billy thought of Fairview's ex-chief of police and decided, apropos of nothing, to take up smoking again. The doctor stepped out to confer, and Billy waited. He felt he'd reached the eye of the storm, and that was enough. He thought of all the cigarettes he'd soon smoke, maybe 2 at a time. When the goddamn doctor started looking like Larry, Curly, and Moe, it was time to do something. The doctors returned with grim, exalted faces, offering to let him stay free of charge. He'd only need to cover the lab work. Billy declined patiently, explaining that his insurance covered all of that anyway. The point was simply that he was leaving. They stared at him, uncomprehending, their anger beginning to surface. Billy considered telling them how much they resembled the 3 Stooges, but decided against it. Such men weren't used to having their authority challenged. He worried they might call Heidi and suggest a competency hearing, and she might listen. One of them made a final offer, but Billy's quiet insistence that he was leaving finally convinced them. When they pressed for his reason, he told them simply that they couldn't help him, no matter how much they believed they could. Looking at their uncomprehending faces, he felt a loneliness deeper than any he'd ever known. On the way home, he stopped at a smoke shop and bought Chesterfield Kings. The first 3 puffs made him dizzy and sick, and he threw them away, laughing and crying at the same time. When he arrived home, Linda was gone. Heidi told him she'd sent their daughter to Aunt Rhoda's, the strain of watching her father's decline wearing on her nerves. Heidi explained that Linda was half out of her mind, unable to accept that it wasn't cancer. Billy muttered something about Rossington as he went to make coffee, and Heidi pressed him about the connection he'd made. She told him Linda wasn't sleeping. He understood, but it still felt like a thorn lodged inside him. He wondered if Heidi understood that he needed Linda too, that she was part of his support system. But she was right to protect their daughter, no matter what it cost him. The bright hate surfaced again, as he realized Heidi had sent Linda away the moment she knew Billy was coming home. The thought spiraled, why that day? Why did you have to pick that day? Heidi asked if he was all right, and he deflected, but the bitterness was hard to contain. She pushed further, telling him he talked in his sleep, that he'd been out nights. She wanted to know what was happening to him. The dry grin surfaced on his face as he asked if she really wanted to know. She insisted, crying, and so he told her. The next day, Houston called. After a long preamble, he got to the point he and Heidi had talked, and they both thought Billy was crazy. Billy pressed the logical link the old gypsy had touched all three of them, and all three had mysterious ailments. Houston dismissed it, saying he'd talked to Letta Rossington, who claimed Carrie was being treated for skin cancer at the Mayo and was expected to recover. She denied having seen Billy since the Gordons' Christmas party. Billy insisted she was lying, but Houston's skepticism remained. Billy demanded to know if Houston had actually seen Letta in person or just spoken on the phone. Houston admitted it was just a phone call. Billy pressed further, had Houston talked to Carrie? No, Carrie was in intensive care, allowed calls only under extreme circumstances. Billy pointed out that he'd lost 83 pounds, which seemed pretty extreme to him. Houston promised to try talking to Rossington, but he dismissed Billy's belief as a hallucination. Billy shouted his denial, then forced himself to calm down. He brought up Hopley, and Houston's voice went silent. When Billy urged him to talk to Hopley, Houston delivered the news. Duncan Hopley had committed suicide 2 days ago, shooting himself with his service pistol. Billy swayed, pinching his cheek to stay conscious. He asked if Houston had seen the body. Grand Lawler, the county coroner, had seen it, Houston said. Billy struggled to process the information, his mind briefly confusing the name with a grand jury. The thought brought on a fit of irrational giggles, which he stifled against the phone. He pressed Houston for details. What had Grand Lawler said? Houston reported that Hopley's complexion was a mess, but nothing like the horror show Billy had described, just a nasty outbreak of adult acne. The depression from it had driven him to suicide. Billy rejected the explanation, insisting that Houston should have seen Hopley as he had. Houston dismissed the description as a guilt-induced hallucination, suggesting Billy might have been drinking before visiting Hopley. Billy denied it sharply, his voice tight with suppressed fury. He hung up soon after, the conversation leaving him hollow and more certain than ever that he was alone in his knowledge. Houston pressed, suggesting Billy had been spending time at Andy's pub. Billy shot back with a cutting retort. If he'd been drinking, Houston's wife would have seen him there. The silence stretched long, and when Houston responded, his voice was flat, colorlessness itself. He called the comment a low blow, but also the sort of thing he'd expect from someone under severe mental stress. Billy dismissed the clinical labels with bitter sarcasm, then fell silent, the memory of Hopley's ravaged face flooding back. He couldn't shake the image. Houston tried again, insisting that Billy's mind was hunting for logical explanations to assuage guilt. But Billy seized on a new idea. The curse had ended when Hopley shot himself. That's why the corpse had looked almost ordinary, like a werewolf reverting to human form after death. His mind raced with the implications, exploring the possibility that the curse dissipated when the victim died. Rossington was next, clinging to the cancer diagnosis because the alternative was too terrible to face. If Rossington died, would he revert too? Then he heard it sobbing in the background. Heidi! He demanded to speak with her, his voice hardening with urgency. Houston refused, telling Billy he needed to hear himself. The argument escalated, Billy's frustration boiling over into a roar that made him pull the phone from his ear. When he brought it back, the sobbing had stopped. Houston delivered a calm, measured rebuttal. Werewolves and gypsy curses didn't exist. Billy countered that this disbelief was precisely the problem. It was how such things thrived. Houston insisted the curse was self-inflicted, a product of Billy's own subconscious. Billy pointed out the absurdity of 3 people experiencing the same hallucination simultaneously. Houston called it coincidence. For a moment Billy was tempted to believe him. The rationality was comforting. But then he remembered Hopley's face, illuminated by the tensor lamp, and Hopley's words about killing the old gypsy slowly. He refused Houston's advice, insisting that Janelli, a pragmatist, might be able to help. But mostly, he said, he had to help himself. Houston sighed, accusing Billy of losing mental weight as well. He asked if Billy had thought about what he was doing to his wife and daughter. Billy almost blurted out the truth about what Heidi had been doing in the car, but he held back. He told Houston they'd talk about it, then hung up with a final, weary comment they'd gone around the mulberry bush enough. But they didn't talk. Billy tried, but Heidi only shook her head, her face white and accusing. 3 days later, over dinner, Billy pointed to his empty plate, a lumberjack's meal of burgers, corn, fries, and peach cobbler. He asked if that looked like anorexia. Heidi admitted it didn't, but Houston's words still carried weight. Billy pressed her. He'd been eating like this for a month and lost 60 pounds. How did her subconscious explain that? Heidi had no answer, only Houston's authority to fall back on. Then she shrieked, asking why nothing was happening to her, if it was a curse. Billy shouted back that the old gypsy hadn't known. That was the only reason. Heidi fled the table, sobbing, and slammed the door upstairs. She didn't sleep with him again that week. The days that followed blurred into a confused nightmare. The weather turned oppressive. Billy ate and sweated, and his weight continued to drop. At the end of the week, renting a car to head north, he was down to 156. The Glassman doctors called repeatedly, as did Houston. Heidi watched him with white-ringed eyes, smoking in silence. When he mentioned calling Linda, she told him she'd prefer he didn't. On Friday, Houston called again. Billy warned him to cut the shit, but Houston pressed on with a new proposal. Heidi had consulted with him and the Glassman team, and they all recommended a battery of psychiatric tests. Billy saw it coming, the logical next step. He asked if the barium enemas would continue alongside the brain tests. Houston was silent. Billy pressed. What if he said no? Houston spoke carefully, reminding him that Heidi had legal recourse. Billy understood they were setting the stage for commitment proceedings. He hung up, his anger dull and deep, knowing his options were running out. Billy acknowledged the situation with grim clarity. Houston, Heidi, and the Glassman doctors were essentially preparing to commit him. Houston dismissed the characterization as melodramatic, insisting the concern was for Linda as well as for Billy. Billy agreed. They were both worried about their daughter, and added that he still worried about Heidi too, despite the anger he sometimes felt toward her. He suggested Heidi had misled Houston about certain details. She had her own guilt to work through, and her cigarette consumption had spiked from a pack a day to 2.5. Houston didn't understand, and Billy wasn't about to explain. When Houston started to repeat his plea for the psychiatric tests, Billy cut him off with a quiet goodbye and hung up. He spent the rest of the afternoon pacing through the air-conditioned house, catching glimpses of his gaunt reflection in mirrors and polished surfaces. A troubling thought surfaced: how we see ourselves depends more on our conception of our physical bulk than we'd like to admit. The idea that self-worth might be tied to physical presence was demeaning, but it lingered. He thought of Mr. T carrying an Einstein under his arm. Did that make him better? More important? No, that wasn't the point. The real issue was reality itself. Seeing himself erased, pound by pound, like an equation being wiped from a blackboard, did something fundamental to his sense of the world. He had been pig-fat, then stout, then merely overweight, then thin. Now thinness was sliding into scrawniness, with emaciation beyond that. What came after that was something he couldn't bring himself to imagine. He wasn't seriously worried about being committed. Such procedures took time, but the final conversation with Houston made it clear how far things had gone, and how unlikely it was anyone would ever believe him. He wanted to call Kirk Penchley, but the urge was nearly insurmountable, even though he knew Kirk would call him when the investigators found something. Instead, he reached for his address book and found the number for Richard Ginelli. The name had been bouncing uneasily in his mind since the beginning. Now it was time to call. The voice at Three Brothers answered with the evening specials. Billy gave his name and asked for Ginelli. A brief silence, then the phone clunked down as someone went to fetch him. Billy could hear kitchen sounds, pots clashing, someone swearing in Italian, someone else laughing. It all seemed very far away. Ginelli's voice came on the line, warm and familiar. Billy told him he'd lost some weight, 20 pounds. Ginelli congratulated him, joking about how calories stick differently to different people. Billy admitted it hadn't been hard at all. Ginelli invited him to the restaurant for chicken Neapolitan, promising to put the weight back on. Billy smiled at the thought, then caught his reflection in the study mirror. Too many teeth, too close to the front of his mouth. He stopped smiling. Janelli expressed concern about the trouble he'd heard Billy had in Connecticut. Billy was startled. There had been nothing in the papers. Janelli explained he kept his ear to the ground. Billy shivered at the implication. He spoke carefully about the extra-legal nature of his problems, mentioning the gypsy woman and her husband, who had been making trouble. Janelli offered to help, but with the caveat that friends and business didn't always mix. Billy acknowledged the distinction. When Janelli asked if the man was trying to hit on him, Billy hesitated, then admitted he was pretty hard. Janelli's concern sharpened immediately, and Billy felt the warmth of tears prick his eyes. He pushed the heel of his hand roughly against his cheek, fighting them back. Billy expressed his deep appreciation for Janelli's offer, but insisted on trying to handle things himself first. He wasn't even sure what he'd want Janelli to do. Janelli assured him he'd be around if needed. Billy hesitated, then asked a peculiar question: was Janelli superstitious? Janelli responded with a burst of incredulous humor, listing all the Catholic rituals and old-world beliefs his family had practiced. Billy pressed, smiling despite himself, and Janelli's voice went flat and hard. He believed in only two things: guns and money. Nothing else. Superstitious? Not him. Billy found himself smiling a real smile, the first in nearly a month. It felt good. That evening, after Heidi had come home, Penchley called with an update. The gypsies had led the investigators on a winding chase: Greenough, Pawtucket, Attleboro, Lincoln, Revere, Portsmouth. In Attleboro, one of them had been arrested after a fight, jumped bail, and the local cops were happy to see them go. Billy understood the pattern, the fleck of dirt treatment. Penchley summarized the rest, noting that the gypsies had dropped out of sight after Portsmouth, but the investigators were confident they were somewhere in Maine, working the tourist coast. Billy pressed for details about an old man with a nose condition. Penchley confirmed he was with them: Tadeusz Lemke, the father of the woman Billy had killed, and Tadeusz Lemke was 106 years old. Billy's mind reeled. The woman had been old, 70, 75, but she was Lemke's daughter? The age gap seemed impossible, yet Penchley had records to back it up. Billy thought of Linda, of someone striking her down in the street, and the weight of the connection pressed down on him. He asked Penchley to push the investigation further, despite the mounting cost. He'd call in 3 days. Penchley promised to notify him when they located the gypsies. Billy said he wouldn't be home. Where would he be? Traveling. He hung up, his mind a confused whirl, his thin fingers drumming on the desk. The next morning Heidi went out without a word. Billy watched her car back down the driveway, and for a fleeting moment their eyes seemed to meet her gaze, accusatory, his confused and scared. He read the message in her expression. He had driven Linda away, refused help, and was dragging them both toward madness. The illusion passed, but it stung. After she was gone, he sat at his Olivetti and wrote a letter. He told her he was leaving, that he hoped to end the nightmare. He explained that Houston was wrong about everything, the curse was real, and he could no longer stay in Fairview. He admitted his anger, his guilt, his hope that she might understand the truth deep inside herself. He wrote that misery loved company, and that he felt the weight of his own selfishness, even as he asked her to believe. The letter was painful to write, each sentence a struggle, but he forced himself to finish it. Billy wrote of the other side of himself, the part that loved Heidi and wished her no harm. That better, more rational self had driven him to leave, to find Tadeusz Lemke and explain what he'd worked out over the past 6 weeks. Blame and revenge were easy, he wrote, but when you looked closely you saw events locked together in ways that sometimes defied simple cause and effect. He wanted to apologize, not just for himself, but for Heidi and all of Fairview. His eyes had been opened. He admitted that if the curse could be reversed, he wouldn't return to Fairview. He'd had enough of the town's hypocrisy. He hoped Heidi and Linda would join him somewhere cleaner, but if they wouldn't, he'd go alone. If Lemke couldn't help, he'd come home and check into the Glassman clinic. He encouraged her to show the letter to Houston or the Glassman doctors, suggesting they might see the logic in his quest: therapeutic confrontation, the shattering of an obsession, even the possibility of a trumpery cure for a trumpery curse. He signed it with his love, and propped it against the lazy Susan on the kitchen table. He called a cab and waited on the steps, hoping Heidi would return first so they could talk. But the cab came, and as he climbed into the back seat, he admitted to himself that talking was part of the past, part of the time when he'd lived in Fat City, unaware of how fragile everything was. The future, if there was one, lay up the turnpike in Maine. He stopped that night in Providence, exhausted despite the short drive. He called the office and left a message for Penchley, requesting photographs and vehicle details be sent to the Sheraton in South Portland. The answering service read it back correctly, a minor miracle. He slept dreamlessly for the first time in weeks. The next morning, he discovered no scales in the motel bathroom, and he felt a small, grateful relief. He dressed quickly, amazed to hear himself whistling. By 8:30 he was on the road again, checking into the South Portland Sheraton by 6:30. A message from Penchley awaited information was on its way, but it might take a day or two. Billy grimaced at the delay, calculating the pounds he'd lose in the meantime. His wedge-shaped room at the Round Hotel seemed almost impossible to comprehend. A bedroom that came to a point. Road-tired and headachy, he ordered room service. When the knock came, he stepped out of the shower and donned the robe. He opened the door to a scruffy, hollow-cheeked waiter, a college kid, probably working a summer job. The kid looked at Billy with vacant disinterest at first, then his eyes widened in startlement, almost horror. Billy saw it, recognized it, and felt the unpleasant reality of being a circus freak. He dismissed the kid harshly, then tipped him extra, pitying the poor boy who'd been surprised by a haggard man with some kind of disease. Alone, Billy went to the bathroom and opened his robe. The mirror revealed the full extent of his transformation, every rib clearly visible, collarbones sharply defined, cheekbones bulging, sternum, a congested knot, belly, a hollow pelvis, a gruesome wishbone. He'd lost 100 pounds, and the hidden skeleton was emerging. He still looked fairly normal with clothes on, but how long would that last? His headache worsened, and he could only pick at his dinner. He slept badly and rose early, no longer whistling. He decided Penchley and the investigators were right. The gypsies would stick to the seacoast, where the tourists and their dollars flowed. Billy listed over 50 seacoast towns, then went downstairs to seek local knowledge. The bartender was useless, but a waitress who'd lived in Maine all her life proved helpful. He explained. He was looking for people who'd likely be in a seacoast town, not a ritzy one. She suggested a honky-tonk kind of town. Billy nodded, hoping she could point him in the right direction. The waitress leaned over his list, pointing at the top name. She told him Old Orchard Beach was the ultimate honky-tonk, a place so thoroughly given over to summer chaos that his quarry could hide in plain sight until autumn. When he pressed for alternatives, she explained that most coastal towns took on a carnival atmosphere in the summer, but Bar Harbor was the pinnacle. She dismantled its reputation for dignity, describing instead a winter ghost town where the daily ferry was the highlight, transformed each summer into a Fort Lauderdale-style spring break for aging hippies and drifters. She claimed the drug smoke was thick enough to catch a contact high from a neighboring town. Until Labor Day, the main drag was a non-stop street fair. She concluded that Bar Harbor was the top end of the seasonal mayhem. Billy smiled, but his expression turned wistful as he realized the waitress, who looked barely out of her teens, was speaking of herself as too old for that scene now. He handed her a $5 bill. She wished him luck, but he felt his optimism falter for the first time. She offered him unsolicited advice. He assumed she would suggest where to start, but he'd already settled on that. Instead, she told him to eat pasta and put on weight, echoing what her mother would say. He nodded, but the comment landed with a hollow weight. Back in his wedge-shaped room at the South Portland Sheraton, the manila envelope from his law firm arrived on his third day. He sat on the bed and slowly shuffled through the photographs, studying each face. Samuel Lemke, the young juggler, stared back with an open, unguarded expression that seemed equally capable of warmth or hostility. Next to him was the beautiful girl from the town common, the one with the slingshot, Angelina Lemke. He placed their pictures side by side, recognizing the family resemblance, brother and sister, grandchildren, or perhaps great-grandchildren of the old woman he'd killed. He turned over more images, the flyer distributor Richard Crosskill, and then the names and faces of other gypsy families, Stanchfields and Starbirds, more Lemkes, until he reached the one near the bottom. There he was. The old man's eyes, buried in a web of wrinkles, were level and dark and terribly intelligent. A kerchief was knotted at his cheek, a cigarette wedged into cracked lips, and his nose a wet, festering ruin that made Billy's stomach turn. He stared, transfixed, a strange sense of recognition clawing at him. Then it clicked. Tadeusz Lemke looked like those ancient Russian-Georgian men from the yogurt commercials, impossibly old, still smoking and drinking hard liquor, living to 130 or more. A line from the song about Mr. Bojangles surfaced in his mind, the phrase about being the eyes of age. Yes, that was it. In that face, Billy saw an ancient knowledge that made the entire 20th century feel like a passing shadow. He trembled. That night, stepping onto the bathroom scale, he saw the needle drop again. He weighed 137 pounds. The waitress's words echoed Old Orchard Beach, the ultimate honky-tonk. The desk clerk agreed, and even the tourist booth girl conceded it, though in more diplomatic terms. Billy pointed his rental car south toward the coast. Traffic ground to a near halt a mile from the beach, a procession of oversized vehicles, many with Canadian plates, so large they seemed capable of hauling sports teams. The people he saw both in cars and on foot wore as little as the law allowed: string bikinis, tight swim trunks, oiled skin exposed to the sun. Billy, in jeans, an open shirt, and a sport coat, sweltered even with the air conditioning blasting. He remembered the room service waiter's horrified stare. This was as undressed as he would get, even if his sneakers filled with sweat by day's end. The traffic crawled past salt marshes and a long row of lobster shacks, then through a dense neighborhood of summer cottages pressed together like sardines. On the porches and lawn furniture, people in similar states of undress ate, read, or simply watched the endless cars roll by. Billy wondered how they could stand the stench of exhaust. He supposed, grimly, that they might actually enjoy it. Perhaps it reminded them of home. The houses gave way to motels with signs boasting French, spoken here, Canadian currency accepted, and cable features. Then came the main drag, a blur of cheap camera stores, souvenir shops, and adult bookstores. Kids in cutoffs and tank tops drifted aimlessly, holding hands or staring blankly into windows. Skateboarders wove through the crowds with practiced boredom. To Billy's appalled fascination, everyone seemed overweight, and everyone was eating pizza, ice cream, chips, popcorn, cotton candy. He watched a portly man in an untucked shirt and sandals devour a foot-long hot dog, strings of onion or sauerkraut dangling from his chin, 2 more dogs clutched in his other hand like a magician's props. Beyond the shops the midway sprawled. A roller coaster rose against the sky, and a giant Viking ship swung in violent arcs, its riders screaming. Arcade bells bonged and lights flashed. To his right, teenagers in muscle shirts smashed Dodge M's into each other. Near the arcade, a young couple kissed openly, her arms around his neck, his hand cupping her rear, the other holding a can of beer. This was the place. It had to be. He parked in a sun-baked lot, paid the attendant $17 and moved his wallet to his inside coat pocket. As he started walking, he felt certain everyone was staring at him, convinced his weight loss had accelerated. He forced himself to rationalize it was his clothes, not his emaciation, that drew looks. In this environment, he was merely a curiosity among many. The boardwalk was a parade of excess. A massively fat woman in a black bikini, skin gleaming with oil, moved toward the beach like an ocean liner, her buttocks flexing with each step. A grotesquely fat poodle with sheared curls and a lolling tongue sat in the shade of a pizza shack. He saw 2 fistfights, and a large gull with dead eyes swooped down to snatch a greasy doughboy from an infant's hand in a stroller. Beyond the chaos, the white crescent of Old Orchard Beach was almost invisible beneath a carpet of sunbathers. Yet the beach and the ocean seemed diminished, cheapened by the midway's erotic pulse, the crowds eating messily, the hucksters' cries, the carnival ride screeches, the rock music spilling from bars. A wave of unreality washed over him. Names from his other life, Heidi, Penchley, Linda, Houston, sounded false and made up, like details from a bad story. He felt as if he could look behind the scenes and see the machinery of a movie set. The smell of the sea was lost in rotten food and salt, and the sounds of the midway drifted as if from a great distance. He wondered if it might be sunstroke. His internal voice argued that he'd never had it before, but then countered that losing 120 pounds probably wrecked your ability to regulate temperature. He decided to seek shelter before ending up in an emergency room. Ahead, a bar called the Seven Seas had two signs taped to its door, one promising icy coolness, the other advertising a terminal happy hour. Billy Halleck pushed inside. Inside the Seven Seas, Billy found the air icy and the quiet a relief. A sign on the jukebox declared it out of order thanks to some vandal, though its dusty, aged appearance suggested the damage had happened years ago. A handful of older patrons, all dressed for the street rather than the beach, sat scattered around, some playing checkers, others backgammon, nearly all wearing hats. The bartender came over, and Billy ordered a schooner. The beer arrived, and he sipped it slowly, watching the boardwalk's relentless flow beyond the windows while the murmur of the old men settled around him. His strength and sense of reality began to creep back. When the bartender returned to offer another round, Billy asked if he had a moment to talk about some people who might have passed through, specifically gypsies, not just summer tourists. The bartender laughed at the notion, explaining that everyone in Old Orchard was drift trade in the summer. He gestured dismissively at the crowds outside. The only regulars were the year-round locals in this bar. Billy set down a $10 bill and clarified he meant real gypsies, not tourists. The bartender's face shifted. He recalled a group camped by the salt shack. Billy offered to show pictures, but the bartender hadn't seen them himself. Instead, he called over an old man sitting by the window. The man shuffled over Lon Enders, a frail figure in a too large white shirt and straw hat, with weary features but sharp, alive eyes. Billy was struck by a resemblance to the actor Lee Strasberg. Enders took the stool beside him, his knees buckling as he sat. Billy offered him a beer, but Enders declined. His doctor allowed only one a day, and his stomach was already ruined. He accepted a glass of water instead. Billy explained his quest again while Enders listened, his shiny, tired face gazing into the bar's shadows. When Billy finished, Enders confirmed the gypsies had been there. He hadn't seen a band like them in 7 years, maybe 20. Billy's hand tightened on his glass until he forced himself to relax. He pressed for details, but Enders raised a pale, translucent hand to slow him. He promised to share what he knew. Tucking the $10 bill into his pocket and adjusting his dentures, Enders added that he'd talk for free. Old men valued an audience. He took a shaky sip of water, spilling some, then continued. Enders lived in a retirees' colony on Cove Road, part of the real Old Orchard that the summer crowds ignored. He and his wife had come in 1946, and he'd learned the carnival trade from a master barker long dead. He knew everyone associated with the summer scene: vendors, pitchmen, ride mechanics, souvenir hawkers, and also the drift trade, the true transients who cycled through each year like migratory birds. These weren't always the same individuals, but they followed patterns. A hula hoop seller in 57 might return as a cheap watch peddler in 60, unrecognized by tourists, but not by locals. The only constants were that their wares skirted the law, and the gypsies were the oldest drift trade of all. Billy laid out his photographs like a hand of cards: Gina, Samuel, Crosskill, Starbird, and finally Tadeusz Lemke. Enders drew a sharp breath at the last image, murmuring the old man's name with a mix of recognition and fear. He admitted he'd only seen a shape in the dark 3 weeks ago, but he'd known it was him. He fumbled his water again, spilling more, and the bartender shot Billy a hostile look. Enders waved him off, then turned the photo over. It was dated May 1983 in Attleboro. Enders stated, with a tremor, that Lemke hadn't aged a day since he'd first seen him and his band here in the summer of 1963. The gypsies had camped behind Herc's Salt Shack Lobster Barn on Route 27, staying 4 nights. On the 5th morning, They were gone. Enders had walked the half-mile from Cove Road on their second evening, drawn by nostalgia for the old days, when a man could run his business without interference. He stood at the roadside, watching the usual gypsy turnout tents replaced by vans and campers, but the same activities: fortune-telling, powder sold to both sexes. They might have stayed longer, but word got out they'd arranged a dogfight for wealthy Canadians, and the state police caught wind. Enders explained that thrift trade always provided betting opportunities: dogs, roosters, even knife fights where men bit scars, what the gypsies called a fair one. Enders stared into the back bar mirror, his reflection seeming to look through itself as he drifted into memory. He described how it had felt like the old days, the scent of cured meat, green peppers, and olive oil that turned from rancid to sweet as it cooked. He heard their strange language, the rhythmic thud of knives hitting a board, and the smell of bread baking on hot stones. It was like old times, but he wasn't the same man. The gypsies had always scared him a little, but back then he would have walked right up to their fire, bold and unafraid. Age had stolen that nerve. He'd stood in the dark, the salt shack on one side, the ring of vehicles on the other, watching them move in firelight, listening to their talk and laughter. Then the back of a camper opened, the one with the painted woman and the unicorn. Billy recognized it instantly from the Fairview Common. A figure emerged, just a shadow with a glowing cigarette tip, but Enders knew who it was. He tapped the photograph of Tadeusz Lemke. The old man had taken a long drag, revealing the ruin of his nose. Enders hadn't spoken to him, but Lemke had spoken first, calling him by his old carnival name, Flash, a name no one had used in years. He'd offered a strange reassurance about his deceased wife, then flicked his cigarette away and walked back to the fire. Enders wiped his chin, his eyes meeting Billy's. He explained that Lemke had called him by his secret name from the shadows, a thing the gypsies valued deeply. The bartender Timmy interrupted, telling Billy to leave. Enders wasn't well, and Billy looked like bad luck waiting to happen. Billy agreed to one last question, asking where the gypsies had gone. Enders didn't know, but he'd watched them pull out the next morning, turning north onto Route 1 toward Rockland or possibly Boothbay Harbor. Then he admitted that when Lemke had spoken his secret name, he'd been so terrified he'd wet himself. He began to cry. Billy squeezed his thin shoulder and left. Outside, the afternoon sun struck like a physical blow, and Billy saw his own shadow stretched across the sand, thin as a child's stick figure. Back in his motel room, he dialed home. His daughter Linda answered. Not Heidi. He kept his eyes closed against the sting of tears, imagining her as she'd been on that walk up Lantern Drive. He told her he couldn't talk long, that he'd found Lemke's trail and was still losing weight, and asked her to tell her mother. She begged him to come home, crying, saying she wouldn't let Heidi send her away again. He heard Heidi in the background, then her voice on the line, pleading with him to stop and come back. Billy hung up gently and lay face down on the bed. The next morning he checked out and headed north on US 1, stopping at every gas station and general store along the way to show his photographs, passing out $2 bills for information. The images he showed most often were Gina Lemke, the Cadillac hearse, the VW microbus with the unicorn mural, and Tadeusz Lemke himself a photo. People recoiled from touching. Most remembered the old gypsy with the rotting nose above all else. He was 3 weeks behind when he left the Seven Seas, but the trail was clear. Gas station owners and store clerks recalled the caravan. A college kid at a beverage barn pegged their departure from Falmouth as June 2nd, his birthday, putting Billy 18 days behind. They'd been moved along from Brunswick, then camped in Boothbay Harbor on June 4th, renting a hayfield from a farmer named Washburn for $20 a night. They stayed only 3 days. When Billy showed Washburn Lemke's picture, the farmer blessed himself unconsciously and admitted he didn't like the old man, calling him a bugger. He'd intended to send them away, but they'd already left, heading north on US 1. Washburn offered Billy buttermilk, noting how peaked he looked, and warned that Lemke looked hungry enough to eat him. Billy spoke to Washburn on the first day of summer, learning the gypsies had left Boothbay Harbor on the morning of June 8th. He was now 13 days behind. The next 2 days were a dead end, no sightings in Owl's Head or Rockland. He took the ferry to Vinyl Haven, battling nausea, but found nothing. On the evening of June 23rd, he called his law firm's Kirk Penchley for fresh leads, but a strange double click on the line made him suspect a wiretap or trace. Paranoia about Heidi signing committal papers with Houston's backing surged. He hung up and decided to move on, even if it meant sleeping in his car. He drove to Bangor, checking into the Ramada Inn at 2 a.m. Out of habit, he showed his photos to the desk clerk, who immediately recognized them. The desk clerk grinned as he recalled taking his girlfriend to have her fortune read. He picked up Gina Lemke's photograph, rolling his eyes appreciatively. She was a marvel with that slingshot, and he implied she had other talents as well. His girlfriend had caught him staring and dragged him out in a hurry. He laughed at the memory. Billy, who moments earlier had been too exhausted to think of anything but sleep, now felt a jolt of adrenaline cramp his stomach. He pressed the clerk for details. Where were they? Still there? The clerk shook his head. They were gone from Parsons' property, a burned-out bargain barn he'd passed just the other day. No, not a farm, just the charred shell of a commercial building that had burned down the previous year. The clerk cast an uneasy look at Billy's gaunt frame, the hollows of his cheeks, the skull-like contours of his face, his eyes burning like candle flames. He asked if Billy still wanted to check in. The next morning, Billy found the place a scorched cinder-block skeleton surrounded by acres of empty, crumbling asphalt. He walked slowly through the debris, beer cans, soda cans, a rind of cheese crawling with beetles, a single shiny ball bearing that brought a ghostly echo of Gina's voice to his mind. Popped balloons and used condoms lay scattered like grim confetti. They had been here, no question. He whispered to the empty hull, telling the old man he could smell him. The vacant windows seemed to stare back with sallow distaste, but Billy felt no fear. The anger was back, a familiar coat he wore against the cold. Anger at Heidi, at Lemke, at Penchley and the others who had turned against him. It didn't matter. Even at 130 pounds he would catch up to the old gypsy. What would happen then? They would see. He jotted down the realtor's information from a sign on the building. Frank Quigley, who insisted on being called Biff, had a wall of framed football photos from his high school days and a desk display of bronze dog turds labeled as Frenchman's driver's license. He confirmed renting the space to the gypsies with Parsons' approval, noting that the place couldn't look any worse than it already did. He leaned back, his eyes crawling over Billy's gaunt face and the way his shirt hung in folds, then put his feet up on the desk beside the turds. He launched into a pitch about the prime industrial land, but Billy cut him off, demanding to know when the gypsies left. Biff's chair squealed as he sat forward, asking why Billy wanted to know. Billy's thin lips pulled back in a frightening grin, and he refused to explain. Biff recoiled, then leaned back again, tapping his crossed feet thoughtfully against the bronze turds. He agreed that a man's business was his own, but added that the information would cost $200 not for what he would tell Billy, but for what he wouldn't tell Billy's wife, his doctor, and a detective from Barton Services. The realization hit Billy like a physical blow. Heidi and Houston had convinced Penchley he was insane, and the Barton agency was now tracking him as much as the gypsies. He could see the operative who had visited Biff days earlier, telling him to expect a very thin man named Halleck. A vision flashed through Billy's mind, leaping across the desk, seizing the bronze turds, and beating Biff's head in with them. The skin breaking, blood spraying, bone shattering. It was a savagely clear fantasy. Biff must have seen something in Billy's face, because he yanked his feet down and reached for the intercom. Billy deflated, shaken and cold. He hadn't just visualized murder, he'd enjoyed it. What had happened to the old Billy Halleck? The one who gave to charity and made wassail on Christmas Eve. That version of him lived in Fat City, and he'd moved away with no forwarding address. He assured Biff there was no need for the intercom. Biff diverted his hand to a desk drawer and offered a cigarette. Billy accepted, took a drag, and felt lightheaded. He agreed to the $200, tossing 4 50s onto the desk beside the dog turds. He asked Biff to keep his mouth shut when Penchley called, and Biff eagerly pocketed the money, promising he would. Then Billy asked about the gypsies. The story was short. They'd arrived on June 10th, signed a 24-hour renewable lease through Crosskill and Samuel Lemke, and renewed it for 2 more days. On the 13th, complaints from locals prompted the police chief and Parsons to push them out. Crosskill refused their offer to stay longer for more money and left without speaking. Biff had driven out to the burn barn that noon and watched the caravan pull out, heading for the Chamberlain Bridge. That was all he knew. He told Billy to leave, adding that he looked like a walking advertisement for famine relief, and the sight of him gave Biff the creeps. Billy butted his cigarette on the bronze turds, letting it smolder on the desk. He told Biff he felt the same way about him. The rage surged again, and he walked out before it could make his hands do something terrible. It was June 24th. The gypsies had left Bangor on the 13th. He was now only 11 days behind, closer but still too far. Route 15, which began on the Brewer side of the Chamberlain Bridge, turned out to be the Bar Harbor Road. Billy realized he might be heading there after all, but he resolved to avoid realtors and first-class motels from now on. If the Barton agency was still ahead of him, Penchley might have more people watching. He learned that the gypsies had driven to Ellsworth on the 13th, camping on the fairgrounds for 3 days, then crossed the Penobscot to Bucksport for another 3 days before moving toward the coast. By the time he discovered this on the 25th, they had left Bucksport on the afternoon of June 19th. He was now only a week behind. Bar Harbor was as chaotic as the waitress had described a summer street carnival, but with a polished, wealthy edge that Old Orchard lacked. Billy sat on a park bench in cotton pants, a Bangor's Got Soul t-shirt, and a sport coat hanging from his bony shoulders, eating a pistachio ice cream cone and drawing too many glances. He was exhausted, always tired, except when rage gripped him. That morning, his pants had nearly slid off his non-existent hips, corduroys with a 28-inch waist, bought in Rockland, where the clerk had nervously noted he was almost into boys' sizes, despite his 32-inch inseam and 6'2" frame. He studied the town, trying to pinpoint what distressed him about it. Old Orchard had been vulgar but honest, cheap prizes, obvious junk, aging women in tank suits that seemed ready to burst, the smells of pizza and fried food and nervous vomit. It had appealing innocence. Bar Harbor was its opposite: young, thin, fashionably liberal and rich. Saabs and Volvos replaced rusted American cars, bumper stickers proclaimed political causes, and sailboat masts crowded the harbor. The people here were studying to live in places like Fairview. They would marry, have affairs, go through analysis, and settle down on streets like Lantern Drive, wearing red pants on golf courses and grabbing each other's wives at New Year's parties. He muttered to himself about the depressing thought, drawing a strange look from a passing couple. But then a certainty settled over him. The gypsies were still here. They could have vanished, but they hadn't. He knew it. Whispering to the old man that he could smell him, Billy felt a momentary unease. Of course he could smell him. He was supposed to. He tossed his cone and approached the ice cream vendor, who visibly recoiled. Billy laid out his photographs like a tarot hand. The vendor recognized them, especially Tadjus Lemke's image, which he called a spook. Yes, the gypsies were still around, kicked out of town the second day, but renting a field from a farmer in Technor, an inland town. The cops were writing them up for minor infractions, but they hadn't taken the hint. Billy collected his photos, refused another cone, and the vendor suggested he move along. He wasn't good for business. Billy agreed and walked back to his car, the tiredness gone. That night, 9:15, he parked on the soft shoulder of Route 37A, northwest of Bar Harbor, atop a hill where a sea breeze ruffled his loose clothes and carried the sound of the town's party starting up. Below, a large campfire glowed, surrounded by vehicles and people moving like cutouts in the firelight. He could hear conversation and laughter. He had caught up. The old man knew he was here, had led him on this chase from Old Orchard to this very spot. Fear drifted through his hollow places, but the rage was still there too. The old man expected fear. The anger might be a surprise. Billy looked back at his car for a moment, then shook his head, and started down the grassy slope toward the fire. Billy paused behind the camper with the unicorn and maiden painted on its side, a narrow shadow among the shifting darkness cast by the fire. He listened to the quiet murmur of their conversation, occasional laughter, and the pop of burning wood. A certainty gripped him he couldn't walk out there. Fear tangled with shame and a sense of propriety. He didn't want to intrude on their circle any more than he'd wanted his pants to fall down in court. He was the offender after all. Then Linda's face surfaced in his mind, her voice pleading for him to come home, dissolving into tears. He was the offender, yes, but not the only one. The rage stirred again, and he compressed it, trying to mold it into something useful, simple sternness. Then he stepped between the camper and the station wagon, his Gucci loafers whispering through dry grass, and walked into their midst. The circle of vehicles surrounded an inner ring of men and women seated around a fire pit. A tall branch with a yellow permit impaled on its tip stood nearby. The younger ones sat on flattened grass, or air mattresses. Older ones occupied aluminum lawn chairs. An old woman propped on pillows in a lounger smoked a hand-rolled cigarette, methodically sticking St. Green stamps into a book. 3 dogs on the far side barked half-heartedly. A young man reached for a revolver in his shoulder holster, but an older gypsy restrained him with a sharp word, then spoke quietly. The young man glanced at Billy. Not fear, but momentary surprise, and something Billy read as compassion before kicking a dog and silencing the pack. He disappeared to fetch the old man. Conversation died. They all stared at Billy with dark gypsy eyes, and he realized with a strange clarity that they weren't surprised to see him, or how he looked. They knew what had happened to him, why, and how it would end. The fear and anger idled deep inside him. For no reason a grin spread across his gaunt face. The old woman with the trading stamps moaned and forked the evil eye at him. Footsteps approached, and a young woman's voice, Gina, spat rapid, angry Romany. Tadeusz Lemke stepped into the firelight, barefoot in a nightshirt, Gina beside him in a cotton nightgown. She caught sight of Billy and shrieked, gesturing at him, then turned on the old man as if to attack. He soothed her, stroking her hair, his voice serene. She sagged, then wheeled back on Billy, her fury reigniting. She screamed in English that he'd killed her grandmother and was a demon who should be killed. Lemke tried to restrain her, but she broke free and rushed at Billy, her hair streaming. She spat in his face a thick, warm wad that tasted of tears. She glared up at him with contempt, and despite everything, he felt a flash of unwanted desire for her. He told her, if it would bring her grandmother back, she could spit until he drowned, but he wasn't a demon, he was just what she saw. He raised his arms, firelight shining through his coat like a malnourished white bat, then lowered them. For a moment, her contempt wavered. Samuel Lemke appeared, buckling his pants, and muttered something. Gina called Billy a murdering bastard and retreated into the shadows. Her brother tried to comfort her, but she shook him off. Lemke turned his gaze on Billy at last. Billy stared at the festering hole where the old man's nose had been, then was drawn to his eyes. They held a profound emptiness beneath their surface intelligence. Lemke crooked a finger, and Billy walked around the fire, as if in a dream. Lemke asked if he knew Rom. Billy shook his head. Lemke explained the phrase for white man from town, which also meant ignorant scum, and dismissed him, saying their business was done. He began to turn away. Billy shook off the hypnotic pull of the old man's presence. He wouldn't let it end like this. He called out roughly that it wasn't over. Lemke turned, wearily amused, but Billy caught a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Billy mentioned Gina's beauty, and Samuel snarled at him to shut up. Billy ignored him, asking Lemke about the girl's relation to him. Lemke studied him, then started to turn again. Billy raised his voice, its courtroom-honed edge cutting through the night. He offered to write down his own daughter's address, suggesting she and Gina could correspond about injustice. He proposed they could pass the grievance down through generations, children shooting each other's children, and asked if that made any more sense than the current mess. Lemke shook off Samuel's restraining hand and walked back, his eyes now filled with furious tears. He accused Billy of running his daughter down and then having the audacity to come here and speak to him. He spoke of "rom justice," closing his gnarled fist until blood dripped from it, and claimed he'd already dealt with the other two the judge had junked from a window. He snapped his fingers as if extinguishing a life. Billy asked if that had brought his daughter back. Lemke's lips twisted. He said justice wasn't about bringing back the dead, and threatened to do something worse to Billy. He claimed to know what Billy and his woman had been up to. He had the sight, 100 years of it. The others murmured in assent. Billy grabbed Lemke's shoulders, ignoring the growls and Samuel's lunge. Lemke spat a word in Romany, stopping the young man, and Billy leaned in until his nose nearly touched the old man's ruined face. He dismissed Lemke's justice as worthless and demanded the curse be lifted. Lemke warned him to let go, or he'd make it worse. Billy's bony grin returned. A crescent moon tipped on its back, and he dared the old man to try, but he didn't think Lemke could do it. Lemke stared at him wordlessly. Billy argued that he had helped do it to himself. It was a partnership between the cursed and the curser. Hopley, Rossington, and he had all been complicit, but he was opting out now. He laid out the facts. His wife had been distracted. His daughter had jaywalked. There was fault on both sides. She was dead, and he could never return to his old life. It balanced, he insisted, a push, as they said in Las Vegas. He demanded it end there. A strange fear flickered in Lemke's eyes at Billy's smile, but his stony anger quickly replaced it. He declared he never took a curse off. He would die with it in his mouth. Billy pressed his forehead to the old man's, inhaling his scent of cobwebs, tobacco, and stale urine, and challenged him to make it worse. For a moment Lemke seemed caught. Then he snapped an order in Romany, and Samuel and the armed young man tore Billy away. Lemke's chest heaved, his hair disheveled. Billy repeated that it was a push as they dragged him, but Lemke screamed. It was not. Billy would die thin like this. He brought his fists together, and Billy felt a sharp stabbing pain in his sides, as if his guts were being squeezed. Gasping, Billy again insisted it was a push, but Lemke only screamed louder, his fury crisscrossing his cheeks with red veins. He ordered Billy removed. As they dragged him away, Billy called out his own curse. The curse of white men from town would fall on Lemke's family. The old man's eyes widened, and the stamp woman forked the evil eye again. Samuel laughed in bewildered disbelief at the idea of a white lawyer cursing the oldest gypsy in America, but Lemke wasn't laughing. Billy spread his thin, wasted hands like a variety show host and warned Lemke not to make him start. Then Gina stepped into the firelight, raised her slingshot, and fired. A hot, glassy pain pierced Billy's left hand, then vanished. He saw her furious face through a neat round hole in his palm. Blood, black as tar, soaked his sleeve. She screamed at him to get out, threw the slingshot into the fire, and fled. No one moved. But Billy, without thinking, held his bleeding hand toward Lemke, who flinched and forked the evil eye. Billy closed his fist, blood running from it as it had from Lemke's, and declared the curse of the white man was on him. Lemke screamed in Romany, and Billy was hauled backward, his head snapping, feet leaving the ground. He expected to be thrown into the fire, but instead they carried him through the circle, people scrambling away in between two pickups. He heard a TV laugh track from one, then he was airborne, landing hard in the grass beyond the vehicles. His bones rattled, and white lights danced before his eyes. Samuel Lemke approached, unfolding a knife. Billy held up his bleeding palm, and Samuel hesitated, fear flickering on his face. His companion muttered something, and Samuel refolded the blade, spat, and they left. Billy lay there, trying to make sense of it, but the lawyer's trick of reconstruction wouldn't serve. His hand was beginning to scream with pain. He forced himself to move, rolling over, sliding his knees up, pausing as nausea and faintness washed over him. When it passed, he got to his feet and staggered up the hill toward his car, falling twice. The second time, he thought he couldn't rise again, but thinking of Linda sleeping quietly in her bed gave him the strength. His hand pulsed with a dark red infection crawling up his arm. He reached the Ford, fumbled for the keys with his right hand, and started the engine. He paused, his screaming hand lying palm up on his thigh like a shot bird. He looked down at the circle of vehicles, and the fire's twinkle, a ghost of an old song surfacing about a gypsy melody, and a sweet young woman who enchanted him. He lifted his hand before his face. Green instrument light spilled through the round dark hole in his palm. She'd enchanted him, all right. He wondered if he could make it back to the Frenchman's Bay Motel. Somehow, he did. Janelle's voice, thick with sleep, and poised for irritation, sharpened instantly with concern when Billy called. Billy had found his home number in his address book, dialing without much hope after all these years. His left hand, wrapped in a handkerchief, lay in his lap like a live wire broadcasting 50,000 watts of pain. Any movement sent it screaming up his arm. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and images of crucifixion kept flickering through his mind. He apologized for the late hour, but Janelle brushed it off, demanding to know what was wrong. Billy explained he'd been shot through the hand with a ball bearing fired from a slingshot by a woman. There was a long silence. Then Janelle's incredulous response, "Some whore had done this?" Billy assured him it was no joke, and he'd been sitting for 3 hours trying to wait for a more civilized hour, but the pain was unbearable. Yes, it was connected to the gypsies. Janelle promised they wouldn't mess with him again. Billy admitted he couldn't go to a doctor and asked if Janelle could send something painkillers. Janelle asked where he was. Billy hesitated, then closed his eyes and gave the address: Bar Harbor, Maine, the Frenchman's Bay Motel, Unit 37. He was either trusting a dope-dealing hood he hadn't seen in years, or giving up entirely. Janelle spoke to his wife in Italian, then came back, telling Billy to be still. He'd been shot and was in shock. Billy laughed bitterly, saying he'd been in shock for 2 months. Janelle said they needed to talk, then arranged for a man named Fander to come with painkillers. Fander was no doctor, at least not anymore, but he'd decide if Billy needed antibiotics too, and he'd be there before daylight. Billy, tears running down his cheeks, thanked him. Janelle dismissed the thanks and told him to sit still. Fander arrived just before 6, a small man with prematurely white hair carrying a country doctor's bag. He studied Billy's emaciated body silently, then carefully unwound the handkerchief. Billy stifled a scream as Fander examined the swollen, shiny hand, peering through the hole in his palm with an otoscope. Clean and neat, Fander judged a ball bearing meant less infection risk than a lead slug, unless she'd coated it with something. Billy croaked that it was a comforting thought. Fander replied coolly that he wasn't paid to comfort people, especially after being routed out of bed and flown 600 miles. He packed the wound, a procedure that sent Billy's pain from 50,000 to 250,000 watts, and bandaged it. Fander noted that Billy's radical emaciation made pain management tricky. He couldn't prescribe strong narcotics for fear of coma or cardiac arrhythmia. He asked Billy's weight. Billy mumbled about 125, though he'd been down to 118 before the encounter. Fander gave him Empirin 1 tablet at a time, a half tablet more if needed, and warned that even that was dangerous at his weight. He also provided aureomycin, cautioning Billy to stop immediately if diarrhea started, as it would be more likely to kill him than the wound. Finally, he advised potassium tablets to prevent heart arrhythmia, mentioning that potassium depletion may have killed Karen Carpenter. Fander packed his bag and stood, adding that the world was a pile of shit but could also be beautiful, and Billy should get off whatever hunger strike he was on. He walked out to a waiting blue Chevrolet and drove away. Billy, alone in the room, whispered that he was trying to get off it. He really was trying. Billy closed the door and walked back to the table, staring at the medicine bottles and wondering how he'd open them one-handed. He ordered a large lunch: turkey club, fries, apple pie that tasted like stale asphalt, and ate every bite despite having no appetite. Then he risked 3 Empirin, reasoning they'd be absorbed on top of the food. The pills hit hard. The pain in his hand dropped to a manageable throb, and he spiraled into feverish dreams. Gina danced naked except for gold earrings. Then he crawled through a dark culvert toward an unreachable circle of daylight, something large and rat-like behind him. He emerged into a starving Fairview. Corpses everywhere. Yard Stevens sprawled on the common with his own shears in his throat. Linda leaned against a lamppost, a skeleton in her cheerleader outfit. A vulture landed on her shoulder, ripping out a bloody swatch of hair. She moaned, stirring weakly. Billy found Gina's slingshot, loaded with a glass paperweight from home, and fired at the bird. It missed, and the bird became Tadeusz Lemke. A heavy thudding sound started his heart. He feared, and Lemke declared he never took the curse off. Then Billy was somewhere else, the thudding still pounding. He looked around the motel room, disoriented, thinking it was still part of the dream. Then Janelle's voice came through the door, urgent, threatening to break it down. Billy tried to answer, but his lips were gummed shut. Relief flooded him. Janelle was here. He heard a thump as Janelle threw his shoulder against the door. Billy forced himself upright, the world swimming, and managed to rasp that he was awake. He crossed the room and opened the door. Janelle stared, his brown eyes widening in shock. Billy braced for him to bolt. Instead, Janelle kissed his thumb, crossed himself, and asked if he was going to let him in. Inside, Janelle produced a bottle of Chivas from his briefcase and poured them both stiff shots. He toasted to happier days, and Billy downed his in one swallow, then excused himself to the bathroom to cry in private. When he returned, Janelle asked if the gypsy had poisoned his food. Billy laughed a genuine healing laugh and said he loved Janelle. Everyone else, including his wife, thought he was crazy, and yet Janelle's first question was about poison. Janelle dismissed the laughter and the compliment with the same impatience, pressing for an answer. Billy admitted that in a way the old man had pants. Janelle asked how much weight he'd lost. Billy looked at his reflection, his head perched on his disappearing body like a grotesque sunflower, and told him 250 pounds when it started, down to 116 that morning, 134 pounds gone. Janelle crossed himself again, whispering in awe. Billy steeled himself for the inevitable rejection, but Janelle didn't run. He lit a Camel, crossed his legs, and told Billy to tell him everything. Billy did, pouring out the whole story. When he finished, 4 cigarette butts lay in the ashtray. Janelle stared at him, hypnotized. At last he said, simply, that the old man had done this. Billy confirmed it, not expecting belief. But Janelle believed. He explained that he believed in what he saw. That was why he was rich and alive. Most people refused to believe what they saw unless it matched their preconceptions. He told a story about a fat man using a blood pressure machine, getting a dangerously high reading, and dismissing it because the digital machine was fucked up. That was the definition of an asshole. Janelle said, someone who doesn't believe what they're seeing. Janelle leaned back, settling into his story. He'd been waiting in a drugstore for a prescription for his mother. Stomach medicine he'd had to pick up more times than he could count. Bored, he'd watched the comings and goings of the other customers when a massively overweight man waddled in easily 250 pounds, his body jiggling with each step, a roadmap of broken capillaries from heavy drinking spread across his face. The man grabbed some foot care products, but his attention snagged on the free blood pressure machine near the register. He sat down, shoved his arm into the cuff, and pressed the button. When the reading flashed up 220/130, Janelle had winced internally. Even with his limited medical knowledge, he knew those numbers were dangerous territory, the kind of pressure that could burst an artery at any moment. The fat man didn't take it seriously. He dismissed the machine as faulty digital junk, paid for his corn pads, and lumbered out the door without a second thought. That, Janelle told Billy, was the point. People refused to accept what was right in front of them if it conflicted with what they wanted to believe. He himself didn't believe in God, he said, but if he saw him standing there, he wouldn't rationalize it away. He'd accept what his eyes were telling him. Billy considered this for a beat. Then a laugh broke out of him. The sound surprised them both. A moment later, Janelle joined in. When the laughter faded, Janelle pointed out that Billy's laugh still sounded like the old version of himself, before everything had gone wrong. Then he got down to the real question: how were they going to handle the old man? Billy admitted he didn't know, but he couldn't just do nothing, especially since he'd thrown his own curse on Lemke. Janelle lit a fresh cigarette and casually offered to kill him. Billy started to object, picturing Janelli punching Lemke, then realized his friend meant something far more final. He shut that down immediately. Janelli either didn't grasp the objection or chose to ignore it, insisting he could do it, and would even enjoy it. It wouldn't be murder, he argued. It would be self-defense, since Lemke was actively killing Billy. He painted a grim picture another week, and Billy would be translucent. 2 more, and he'd be too light to go out in the wind. Billy swallowed hard. He mentioned his doctor's warning about cardiac arrhythmia from potassium depletion, a thought that hadn't fully landed until that moment. He wished it hadn't. Janelli conceded he wouldn't act if Billy was dead set against it, admitting it might not even work. Killing Lemke could just leave the curse to run its course. The trouble, he mused, was that you couldn't take back a hit. He stood up, rubbing out his cigarette. He needed to clear his head, walk around, get his mind serene. He couldn't work out what to do when he was agitated, and every look at Billy made him want to commit violence. He planned to make some calls back to the city as well, but he'd reveal the details later. Billy got up and almost collapsed. Janelli caught him, and Billy hugged him clumsily with his good arm, something he'd never done with another grown man. He thanked Janelli for coming, for believing him. Janelli released him, calling him a good fellow, and promising they'd put some blocks to the old man one way or another. He told Billy to lie down, since he had no color in his face. Billy agreed, feeling exhaustion pulling at him. Janelli paused at the door to ask if the girl who'd shot him was pretty. Billy said yes. The mad light flared in Janelli's eyes, brighter than before, troubling Billy deeply. Janelli took the room key and left. Billy lay back, positioning his bandaged hand carefully, knowing he'd probably roll onto it in his sleep. He drifted off with a cynical thought. Janelli was likely on the phone to Heidi right now, and when he woke, men with nets would be waiting. But the thought faded, and he slipped under without any nightmares. When he woke, it was dark. Janelli was in the chair reading some paperback he soon tossed aside with contempt, drinking a beer. 4 more cans sat on the TV. Billy croaked out a request for one. Janelli opened it and handed it over. Billy drank half in one long pull, washed down another Empirin tablet, and felt the cold beer settle his stomach. Janelli asked about his hand. Billy said it was better, though that wasn't entirely true. The pain was still sharp, but with Janelli there, it hurt less. Being alone made things worse. That made him think of Heidi, who should have been with him but wasn't. She was back in Fairview, refusing to acknowledge any of this because acknowledging it might mean examining her own part in what happened. Janelli's earlier words echoed in his mind. People don't believe what they see if it's inconvenient. He tried to push the resentment aside, reminding himself she was his wife, but the resentment didn't go far. His eyes moved to the shopping bag on the floor. Janelli said it held goodies for a visit to the gypsy camp, but when Billy pressed, he only said no one would get hurt, then added the caveat, unless Billy changed his mind. Billy persisted. What's in the bag? Janelli pulled out a porterhouse steak, well marbled and wrapped in plastic. He had 4 of them, he said, and they were part of the plan. Before explaining further, Janelli launched into a tirade about the town, the overprivileged tourists with their capped teeth and nose jobs, the casual public groping he'd witnessed. He was still disgusted by what he'd seen on his walk. He decided he couldn't get his mind clear in that atmosphere, so he'd found a phone booth to make his calls. On the way, he ducked into a drugstore and picked up the potassium capsules Billy needed. He said he'd looked at the boats in the harbor for a while, losing track of time among the millions of dollars of pleasure craft. The conversation drifted to the likely drug-running operations behind some of those yachts, and Janelli dismissed the amateur smugglers with professional contempt. Finally, he circled back to the point. He'd walked, looked at the boats, and gotten his mind serene. That was when he'd figured out the shape of what to do, the opening move, and the rough direction it would take. He was still working out some details. He'd made follow-up calls and learned that Heidi and her doctor had indeed signed committal papers on Billy. That news landed with the weight of a brick his own wife, testifying that he was insane, getting a judge to approve a res geste order. She then signed. The betrayal hit him hard enough to make him clench his fists, reopening his wounded hand. Blood bloomed through the bandage. Ginelli changed the dressing as he talked, explaining that the committal didn't matter unless Billy went back to Connecticut. If they could resolve things with the gypsy, Billy would start gaining weight and the whole case would fall apart. He'd have all the time in the world to decide what to do about Heidi, whether to forgive her or walk away. And if they couldn't fix things, Billy would die anyway. Either way, the situation would resolve itself. The paperwork was irrelevant. Ginelli had also called Kirk Penchley, not exactly a routine favor. He'd asked Penchley to call off the Barton detectives for a week, to give them breathing room. He'd framed it diplomatically, but the message was clear: lay off both Billy and the gypsies. Ginelli had bought them a week of space. That should be enough. Billy asked again what he planned to do. Ginelli laid it out. He was going to scare them, especially the old man. He'd start with the stakes, and then escalate the pressure until one of two things happened. Either Lemke would break and lift the curse, or they'd decide he wouldn't break. If that happened, Ginelli would come back and ask if Billy had changed his mind about hurting people. Billy argued, but Ginelli's eyes just whirled faster, that mad light refusing to dim. Billy knew he was wasting his breath. His hand was still throbbing, but the pain was easier now. The sleepiness was creeping back. Ginelli checked his watch. It was after 10. He'd give them a few more hours to settle down. They were running a good business, telling fortunes and running dogfights. Billy hadn't seen the pit bulls, he'd only glimpsed a few hounds, but Ginelli had heard about the fights. The dogs were valuable, and you had to pay for one dead dog before the bets even went down. It was a nasty business, the kind that fit right in with the town's veneer of respectability. Billy tried to warn him to be careful. Ginelli promised he would be, then left. Billy fell asleep soon after, and when he woke it was 3:45. Ginelli was gone, and for a terrible moment Billy was certain he was dead. But Ginelli walked in at 5:45, covered in salt, smelling mud, grinning like a man who'd just won a prize. That crazy light was back in his eyes, brighter than ever. He told Billy they were moving, checking out quietly, leaving the key behind, slipping away under the cover of darkness. He'd already stashed his rental car on a back road and walked in. Billy followed him out into the peridawn gloom, confused and exhausted, but trusting the man who'd just set fire to the gypsy's peace of mind. Ginelli gave up on finding peace in the tourist-choked streets and found a phone booth instead. He made a few calls, then remembered the drugstore next door and ducked in to grab something for Billy, a bottle of potassium capsules he tossed over. Billy caught them with his good hand, thanked him with a voice that cracked slightly, and swallowed one down with a gulp of beer. The buzz from the alcohol was starting to creep in, gentle and warm. Ginelli resumed his account. He'd set some people sniffing around on his behalf, then wandered down to the harbor to kill time. The sight of the boats, sloops, yawls, all the expensive toys stunned him. He estimated there were tens of millions of dollars floating there, a forest of masts and polished fiberglass. He knew nothing about sailing, but he loved looking at them. The thought struck him abruptly: were the preppy types in their alligator shirts and designer sunglasses running dope through those pleasure craft? Billy confirmed he'd read about a lobsterman finding bales of marijuana under a town dock, good quality stuff. Ginelli nodded, unsurprised. The whole place smelled like amateur hour to him, rich kids playing at smuggling while the real professionals watched and occasionally had to clean up the mess. It was a shame, he said, but not his concern. He'd walked, looked at the boats, and finally gotten his mind serene. That was when the plan had started to take shape, the opening move, and a general outline of what would follow. He still needed to iron out the details, but the skeleton was there. Back on the main drag, he'd made more calls, follow-ups. The news came back: no warrant for Billy's arrest, but his wife and that doctor had indeed signed committal papers. Ginelli fished a scrap of paper from his pocket and read off the legal term. Billy's mouth went dry, a wounded noise escaping him. He'd suspected it, even braced for it, but hearing it confirmed that his own wife had stood before a judge testified he was insane, and signed the order hit harder than he'd imagined. Fury surged through him, hot and familiar, and without thinking he clenched both fists. Pain exploded in his bandaged hand, fresh blood blooming through the gauze. His mind recoiled at the word he'd used for Heidi, trying to rationalize it away as a product of his agitated state. Then the world grayed out. He came back quickly. Janelli was already changing the dressing, clumsy but competent, talking as he worked. He assured Billy the committal order meant nothing unless he returned to Connecticut. If they resolved things with a gypsy, he'd start gaining weight and the case would collapse. Then he'd have time to decide how to handle his wife, whether to forgive her or walk away. And if they couldn't fix things, he'd die anyway. Either way, the situation would be settled. The legal paperwork was just noise. Billy managed a thin, humorless smile, telling Janelli he'd have made a good lawyer with that perspective. Janelli took it as a compliment. Then Janelli dropped the next piece of news he'd called Kirk Penchley. Billy was stunned. He'd thought Janelli's dealings with the firm were limited to that one incorporation job years ago. Janelli explained that the firm had done plenty of other work for him and his associates, brokering legal matters on the side. Penchley had taken his call, and Janelli had asked him to call off the Barton detectives for a week, not just on Billy, but on the gypsies. He'd been diplomatic about it, but the message was clear. The wife and the doctor would still get reports, but they'd be watered down, the Reader's Digest version. That gave them a week. It should be enough. Billy pressed again. What was the plan? Janelli laid it out simply. He was going to scare the old man, escalate until Lemke either cried uncle and lifted the curse, or they determined he couldn't be scared. If that happened, he'd come back and ask if Billy had changed his mind about hurting people. Billy argued, then pleaded, but Janelli's eyes just whirled that mad, unyielding light, and Billy knew he was wasting his breath. The fresh pain in his hand settled back to its dull throb, and sleep began to pull at him again. He asked when Janelli would go. Janelli glanced at his watch, 10 past 10. He'd wait another 4 or 5 hours, let them do their evening business. He'd heard they were running a good trade in fortunes and dogfights. He asked if Billy had seen the pit bulls. Billy said no, just some hounds. Janelli described the breed, explained the brutal economics of the fights. You had to pay for one dead dog before the wagers even started. It was a nasty business, he said, fitting right in with the town's veneer of sophistication. Billy mumbled a warning to be careful. Janelli promised he would, his eyes still dancing. Billy fell asleep shortly after. He woke at 10 minutes to 4, alone, and a cold certainty seized him that Janelli was dead. But at 5:45, Janelli walked in, caked in mud that smelled of salt, grinning like he'd just won a prize. That mad light was back, brighter than ever. He told Billy they were packing up and moving like a government witness heading to a safe house. Billy asked what he'd done. Janelli told him to take it easy, said he'd done exactly what he'd promised. But when you stirred up a hornet's nest, he added, you had to move your dogs down the road afterward. Billy pressed for details, but Janelli brushed him off. They could talk and pack at the same time. He told Billy to change his shirt, adding with a grin that he was starting to smell ripe. Billy started walking toward the motel office to return his key, but Janelli caught his shoulder and gently plucked it from his fingers. He'd just leave it on the nightstand, he explained. Billy had checked in with a credit card, which made an informal checkout the smarter play. Less attention, no trace. A jogger on the highway glanced their way, did a double take at Billy's gone frame, but Janelli saw it, and Billy mercifully didn't. Janelli even mentioned leaving at 10 for the maid. They'd take Billy's car. He'd drive. Billy asked about Janelli's rental. He'd left it on a back road 3 miles away, pulled the distributor cap, and left a note about engine trouble in case anyone got curious. Grass growing up the middle of the road suggested no one would bother it. A passing car slowed, the driver staring at Billy, and Janelli urged him to move. The next set of eyes could belong to the wrong people. An hour later, Billy found himself in a seedy little suite at the Blue Moon Motor Court in Northeast Harbor, less than 15 miles from Bar Harbor, but feeling like another world. Woody Woodpecker flickered on the TV, trying to sell insurance to a cartoon bear. Janelli told him to rest his hand. He'd be gone all day, playing with cars. Phase 2 would come tonight, and he might not have time to check in. Billy didn't see him again until the following morning, when Janelli arrived behind the wheel of a beat-up dark blue Chevy. Nova. Clearly not a rental. The paint was dull and spotted. A crack ran across the passenger window, and the trunk had a big dent, but the car was jacked in the back and sported a supercharger cowling. Billy had spent the previous 6 hours convinced Janelli was dead, and he greeted him shakily, fighting tears. His emotions had become raw and unpredictable as his weight dropped, and that morning at sunrise, he'd felt his heart race erratically for the first time. He'd gasped and pounded his chest until the rhythm steadied. Janelli brushed off Billy's concern, saying he could take care of himself. He wasn't underestimating the old man. Lemke was smart and dangerous. Billy pressed for details, but Janelli refused, giving 2 reasons Billy might ask him to back off, and he was too exhausted to think straight. He'd sleep for 8 hours, eat, then go out and shoot the moon. His eyes still whirled with that mad light, even as his face showed deep fatigue. Billy asked quietly if Janelli would actually stop if asked. Janelli considered him for a long moment, then answered with calm finality he couldn't now. Billy was too sick to be trusted with his own best interests. Billy recognized the implication Janelli had effectively issued his own set of committal papers, but he also knew Janelli meant it. It was personal now. Janelli crashed on the bed, asleep within minutes. Billy stood in the doorway, swallowed an Empirin, and eyed the jeans crumpled on the chair. The Nova's keys were probably in the pocket. He could take them, drive away, but he knew he wouldn't. The thought of his own death now seemed secondary to seeing how this would end. At midday, while Janelli still slept, Billy had another arrhythmia episode. Shortly after, he dozed and dreamed. He and Heidi sat in their breakfast nook, a pie between them. She cut a large slice and offered it to him, saying it would fatten him up. He refused, saying he liked being thin, and gave it back to her. He watched her eat every bite, and with each mouthful, a queasy mixture of terror and dark pleasure grew in him. Another arrhythmia jolted him awake. The dream felt prophetic, more than just a dream, though the feeling faded as such feelings often do. But he'd remember it later. Janelli rose at 6, showered, and pulled on jeans and a dark turtleneck. He told Billy he'd be back tomorrow morning, and then they'd know. Billy asked again what he was doing, and again Janelli refused to say, only mentioning he'd give Billy's love to Gina, the girl who'd shot him. Billy told him to leave her alone no matter what she'd done. Janelli just repeated that no one would get hurt, then left. Billy heard the Nova's rough engine start up and noted that no one gets hurt wasn't the same as agreeing to leave her alone. Janelli returned at noon this time, with a deep cut across his forehead and a torn sleeve on his right arm. He remarked that Billy had lost more weight and asked if he was eating. Billy admitted he was trying, but anxiety killed his appetite, and noted Janelli had lost some blood. Janelli brushed it off. He promised to tell Billy everything after he showered and bandaged himself up. The important thing was that Billy would meet with Lemke tonight. Fear and excitement jabbed at Billy's gut. Janelli confirmed it was Lemke, then headed for the shower, calling back for Billy to order lots of coffee, leave it outside the door with a signed check. Billy stood frozen for a moment, then snapped to and picked up the phone. Janelli's initial account came in fragmented bursts, with pauses between each piece as he gathered himself. His energy was depleted for the first time since he'd arrived, and though his wounds were superficial, Billy sensed something deeper had shaken him. Still, that familiar glow began to rekindle in his eyes, flickering at first, then steadying. He pulled a flask from his jacket and laced his coffee with a capful of Chivas, offering some to Billy, who declined, uncertain how alcohol might affect his already fragile heart. Janelli sat up straighter, brushed his hair back, and settled into a more even rhythm. The story unfolded. In the early hours of Tuesday morning, Janelli had parked on a woods road branching off Route 37N near the Gypsies' camp. He'd taken the steaks from their packaging and prepared them, then walked back to the highway carrying the shopping bag. High clouds drifted across the half-moon like shutters, and he waited for them to clear enough to spot the circle of vehicles. He crossed the road and struck out cross-country, avoiding the path Billy had taken. He navigated through fields and a thin strip of woods, splashing through a bog that reeked of decay, and snagged his pants on old barbed wire, invisible in the dark. He grumbled about country living, his city-bred frustration bleeding through. The camp dogs hadn't been a concern. They hadn't stirred until he was nearly inside the circle, just as they hadn't with Billy. Gianelli noted that gypsies wouldn't keep loud watchdogs that invited trouble. He moved cautiously along the backs of the parked vehicles, checking only the cars and station wagons, leaving the sleeping quarters alone. He found what he needed. Quickly, an old suit coat crumpled on a Pontiac seat. The car was unlocked. The jacket fit reasonably well despite its rank odor, and a pair of sneakers in the back proved snug but wearable. A few vehicles later, he found a battered hat and added it to his disguise. The goal wasn't just to mask his scent from the camp dogs, but from the valuable ones, the pit bulls. He spotted a camper with a wire mesh rear window and peered inside, finding it empty but smelling strongly of dog. A path of flattened grass led away from it, clear even in the dark. They'd moved the dogs to a remote spot to avoid scrutiny, but they'd left a trail a child could follow. That sloppiness made Gianelli believe they could be beaten. He followed the path over a knoll to a small wooded area, where he lost it. For a moment he was stumped. Then he heard a dog farting, loud and unmistakable. The sound guided him to a rough corral made of branches and barbed wire, holding 7 pit bulls. 5 were asleep. 2 stared dopily at him. They were stoned. As expected, fighters had to be doped to keep them from tearing each other apart between matches. If they'd been straight, the flimsy enclosure wouldn't have held them. Gianelli took the stakes from his bag. He'd injected each with a mixture of Mexican brown heroin and strychnine earlier. He waved them, and the sleeping dogs stirred. One barked thickly, and Gianelli told it to shut up or lose its dinner. It sat down and promptly listed sideways, dozing off. He tossed the stakes in one by one. The dogs squabbled listlessly, their barks muffled and sluggish. No one came to check on them. He sat nearby, dry smoking a Camel, watching them die. Most went quietly. Thanks to the dope, 2 had mild convulsions. Within an hour, it was over. He took a $1 bill from his wallet and wrote a message on it with a pen. Next time, it could be your grandchildren, old man. William Halleck says to take it off. He tucked it under the collar of one dead dog, hung the stinking coat on a corral post, placed the hat on top, changed back into his own shoes, and left. Coming back, he got lost and took a fall in the bog, but eventually spotted farmhouse lights and oriented himself. He found his car and headed toward Bar Harbor. Halfway there, a strange feeling crept over him. The car didn't feel right. He couldn't explain it, but he'd learned to trust such instincts. He pulled off onto another deserted road, removed the distributor cap, and walked 3 miles back to town, arriving at dawn. After leaving Billy in the Northeast Harbor Motel, he'd taken a cab back toward Bar Harbor, telling the driver to go slow because he was looking for something. He'd know it when he saw it. About 2 miles out, he spotted a Chevy Nova with a for sale sign beside a farmhouse. He paid off the cab, made a cash deal with the young, simple-looking owner, and for an extra $20, got him to leave the main plates on the car in exchange for a promise to return them in a week. Gianelli admitted he might or might not keep that promise, depending on whether they were still alive. He drove back toward Bar Harbor, skirting the town and heading out along Route 37A. He stopped to call a business associate, instructing him to be at a specific payphone kiosk in Midtown New York by 12:30 p.m., a kiosk he used often and kept in working order through his influence. Then he resumed his drive. Gianelli drove past the encampment and spotted movement. A makeshift road had been carved through the hayfield, and a car was heading up toward the highway. A Porsche Turbo, loaded with college kids, one of them with a brown university decal in the rear window. He pulled up and asked if the gypsies were still there. The driver confirmed they were, but said anyone looking for a fortune reading was out of luck. The group had gotten a curt dismissal. The gypsies were packing up. After the pit bull incident, Gianelli wasn't surprised. He headed back toward Bar Harbor, stopping for gas at a station. The Nova was a thirsty beast, but it could move when it had to. He grabbed a Coke and popped a couple of bennies to keep his energy up. Then he called his business associate and arranged a meeting at the Bar Harbor airport that evening at 5. He parked the Nova in a public lot and walked around town, scanning for a specific type of person. Billy asked who he was looking for. Janelli explained. It was the kind of man you recognized on sight, dressed like a preppy tourist in expensive shirts and sport coats, but with two tells his shoes were cheap and uncomfortable, and his eyes had a hungry, calculating look. These were the drift trade, the high-class hustlers who floated through resort towns looking for scores. Billy recalled the old orchard bartender using that term. Janelli found his man, a fellow named Frank Spurton, who claimed to be a college student but looked closer to 25. They sat on a bench near the library and struck a deal. Janelli paid him 60% up front to follow the gypsies once they moved, and gave him the keys and distributor cap for the rental Ford. Spurton, with a knowing grin of someone who'd hot-wired a few cars, said he could handle it. Billy asked if Janelli had given him a ride out there. Janelli said for that kind of money he could thumb it. Janelli registered at the Bar Harbor Motor Inn under the John Tree alias, the last room available, the clerk acting like he was doing him a favor. He set the alarm for 4:30, dozed, then drove to the airport. A small private plane landed just after 5, and a business associate deplaned with packages, 1 large, 3 small. Janelli loaded them into the Nova and returned to the motel to sleep until 8, when the phone rang. It was Spurton, calling from a Texaco station in Bankerton, about 40 miles northwest. He'd followed the gypsies to a field just outside town. They'd clearly arranged the site in advance. Billy guessed Starbird was their front man. Spurton was jumpy. He thought they'd made him. He'd been loafing too far back, and when some of the vehicles turned off for gas, he lost them. He was cruising along at 40 when suddenly 2 station wagons and a camper boxed him in, passing him in quick succession. He'd seen the old man with the ruined nose in the passenger seat of the camper, the one with the girl and unicorn mural staring at him and waggling his fingers like he was casting a spell. Spurton had used that exact word on the phone. Billy's stomach turned. Janelli offered him a shot of whiskey in his coffee, and Billy accepted this time. Janelli confirmed the camper's mural matched Billy's memory. Billy asked if the gypsies had recognized the rental car from the woods road where Janelli had left it, and the question hung in the air. The grim certainty in Janelli's voice was absolute as he confirmed the gypsies' location, having gotten the road's name from his frightened contact. The man had been so spooked, he'd requested his remaining payment be left for him, eager to flee the scene entirely. Janelli had set out from the motel in the Nova a little after 8, crossing into Bankerton's township just past 9:30. A short while later, he'd cruised past a closed Texaco station, its lot cluttered with parked cars. There, at the end of the row, he spotted the rental Ford. He drove on, turned around, and made a second pass. He repeated the maneuver twice more, feeling no wrongness, no prickle of threat. Satisfied, he parked the Nova on the shoulder and walked back on foot. Billy, listening with hollow dread, already knew what was coming. He pressed for the outcome, and Janelli delivered it without flourish. The hired man, Spurton, was dead behind the Ford's wheel, a neat hole in his forehead. The wound suggested a small caliber shot, not a heavy slug that would have exited and left a mess. Janelli theorized it was a ball-bearing fired from a slingshot, the same crude weapon the girl had used on Billy. He even speculated she might have been the one to pull the trigger. A dead chicken, its body sliced open, lay in Spurton's lap, and written across his forehead, in what Janelli assumed was chicken blood, was one stark word. Billy knew it before it was spoken, never. The image flooded his mind, vivid and nauseating, the corpse slumped in the seat, head lolled back, that dark hole above the eye, the bird's yellow beak frozen open, its glassy eyes staring. The world began to gray out around him, until a sharp, flat stain exploded on his cheek, snapping his head back and forcing his eyes open. Janelli was settling back into his seat, his expression mild, but his eyes blazing with anger. He'd slapped Billy to break him out of his spiral, accusing him of taking on guilt that wasn't his. He argued that Billy hadn't killed Spurton. The gypsies had, with the old man ultimately responsible. Spurton had taken a paying job and made a mistake by falling too far behind, and now he'd paid for it. Ginelli demanded to know if Billy still wanted the curse lifted. Billy, his cheek still stinging, gave a quiet affirmative answer. He wanted it gone. Ginelli accepted that and told him to drop the guilt, his tone brooking no further argument. Reeling from the tale, Billy fell silent, letting Ginelli continue without interruption. Ginelli described how he'd gone behind the gas station to sit on a pile of old tires, forcing himself to think serene thoughts while the last light faded from the sky. Once he felt composed, he returned to the Nova, back down the dark road without lights, and transferred Spurton's body from the Ford to the trunk. The move was preemptive. The gypsies had tried to frame him, but the ball-bearing killing would have pointed the cops back at them. He'd also expected a police presence at the gypsy camp the next day, and a body would only complicate matters. With Spurton's corpse in the trunk alongside the smaller packages his associate had delivered, Ginelli continued down the road and found Finson Road, a rough, overgrown track. The gypsies had gone to ground, which, far from being a setback, delighted him. Their fear was showing, and fear made them easier to keep on the run. He killed the Nova's lights and drove into an abandoned gravel pit, a perfect spot for disposal. He buried Spurton's body under loose gravel, then returned to the car to prepare for his next move. He downed a couple of Benzedrine pills to stay sharp and opened a large wooden crate from the back seat. It wasn't encyclopedias inside, but an AK-47 assault rifle with ammunition, a spring-loaded knife, a leather bag filled with lead shot, a roll of strapping tape, and a jar of lampblack. He blackened his face and hands, taped the knife to his calf, pocketed the tape, and set off into the woods. He left the leather sack behind, already feeling like some absurd comic book hero. He followed the road through the forest, keeping it in sight to avoid getting lost. The going was slow, his progress noisy and clumsy, and he worried about poison ivy. After 2 hours of struggling through undergrowth, he spotted a dark shape by the roadside. A man. Ginelli froze, certain the sentry had heard him and was waiting, ready to attack. He could have killed him then and there, but his promise to Billy held him back. He waited, motionless, for a quarter of an hour. Then the sentry moved into the ditch to relieve himself, and Ginelli realized the man was oblivious, wearing a set of headphones and carrying an ancient shotgun. He was completely useless as a guard. When the sentry returned to his post, Ginelli approached on his blind side, no longer trying to be quiet. At the last instant, the gypsy sensed something, but it was too late. Ginelli looped his belt around the man's neck and yanked it tight. A brief struggle followed, as the man dropped his shotgun and clawed at the belt. The headphones slid down, and Ginelli caught the faint, tinny sound of the rolling stones. The man's struggles weakened, and then ceased. Ginelli held the pressure a little longer, then released it, not wanting to kill him. He dragged the unconscious man, a young, well-muscled man, Billy's description identified as Samuel Lemke, into the brush, and bound him to a tree with the heavy strapping tape. He gagged him with a strip of his own t-shirt and turned the cassette over in the Walkman before placing the headphones back on his head. The young man wouldn't be bored when he woke up. Now, Ginelli, roughly the same height as Lemke, walked up the side of the road, betting he could pass for the sentry if challenged. He was tired, running on short naps, and he knew fatigue led to mistakes. As he moved forward, he reflected that in a game like this, mistakes could be fatal. He soon found that out firsthand when he almost walked past a second sentry, hidden deeper in the shadows. The man wasn't hiding to be stealthy. He was fast asleep. Ginelli took advantage, choosing a spot on the man's skull and bringing the rifle butt down with measured force. The gypsy collapsed without a sound. Ginelli checked his pulse, steady and strong, and moved on. The second sentry's presence almost escaped Ginelli's notice, tucked deep in the shadows and far from the road's edge. The man wasn't hiding with any tactical purpose. He was simply asleep, a lapse in vigilance that spoke to the gypsies' civilian nature and their failure to grasp just how relentless their pursuer would be. Ginelli reflected that true fear, the kind that kept a man awake even when exhaustion screamed for rest, was a lesson they hadn't yet learned. He approached the sleeping guard, and with calculated precision brought the rifle butt down on the man's skull. The impact produced a dull, wet thud, like a lifeless hand striking polished wood. The guard crumpled from his comfortable post against the tree, and Ginelli knelt to check his pulse, slow but steady. Satisfied, he pressed on. Minutes later, he crested a low hill and surveyed the scene below. A sloping field opened to his left, and there, roughly 200 yards from the road, sat the dark circle of vehicles. The camp was quiet tonight, no fire burning, only a few dim lights glowing behind curtained camper windows. Ginelli dropped to his belly and elbows, crawling halfway down the slope with the rifle extended before him. He found a rocky outcrop that provided a stable firing position, the stock seated firmly against his shoulder as he sighted on the encampment. The moon was rising, but he couldn't wait 75 yards away. He had all the visibility he needed. The Kalashnikov wasn't built for precision. It was a weapon of terror, a blunt instrument for sowing chaos. And that was exactly what he intended to do. He knew he'd scare them. Though he harbored no illusions about the old man, Tadeusz Lemke was made of tougher stuff. With a deep breath, he aimed at the front tire of the Unicorn camper. The night was alive with the sound of crickets in a nearby stream. A whippoorwill called twice, and midway through its second cry, Ginelli opened fire. The Kalashnikov's roar split the darkness, muzzle flash erupting in a bright corona as the 30-round clip emptied in seconds. The camper's front tire exploded violently. He raked the weapon low along the vehicle's length, tearing up the ground beneath it and avoiding the gas tank. The back tire blew next. He ejected the spent clip and slammed in a fresh one. Below, chaos erupted. Voices shouted in panic, men and women spilling from campers in their nightclothes, disoriented and terrified. Then Ginelli spotted Tadeusz Lemke for the first time, a nearly comic figure in his billowing nightshirt and tasseled cap, hair escaping in wild straggles. He emerged from the front of the Unicorn van, took in the ruined tires, and then fixed his gaze directly up the hill. There was nothing comedic in that look. Ginelli knew the old man couldn't see him. Lamp-black concealed his face. The moon hadn't fully risen. He was just another shadow in the field. But the intensity of that stare sent a chill through him. It felt, for all the world, like Lemke knew exactly where he was. The old man turned to his people, shouting in Rom and gesturing for them to take cover. But it was too late. Ginelli loosed the second burst over their heads, and the screaming intensified. Some hit the ground, crawling, others fled in every direction but the one the fire came from. Lemke stood his ground, roaring orders, but his authority had crumbled in the face of the assault. A Pontiac station wagon sat parked next to the van, nose out. Ginelli slammed a third clip home and annihilated it. The windshield blew in, the hood tore free, headlights and tires exploded, the grille fell away. Even in the dark, he could hear the radiator spraying water. Throughout the destruction, Lemke never moved, just watched, searching for the muzzle flash, waiting for Ginelli to make a mistake. He didn't wait to find out what the old man would do. He broke cover and ran. He sprinted low, bent like a soldier under fire, hit the road, and ran full out. He passed the inner perimeter sentry he'd clubbed, barely slowing, but when he reached the spot where he'd left Samuel Lemke bound to a tree, he paused. Finding him was easy. The underbrush shook and crackled with the young man's desperate efforts to free himself. Lemke had worked his way a quarter of the way around the tree, only making the tape tighter. When he saw Ginelli, he froze, his eyes wide with the certainty that he was about to die. That fear suited Ginelli perfectly. He knelt, holding up the AK-47 so the young man could see it clearly. His message was blunt and delivered with cold urgency. There was no time for games. He was to tell the old man that next time, the shots wouldn't be aimed high or low, and they wouldn't be at empty vehicles. He was to deliver the demand from William Halleck: take the curse off. He tore the gag free and started to leave. Lemke's voice, hoarse and desperate, stopped him for a moment. The young man pleaded with him, insisting his great-grandfather would never lift the curse, that he was the last of the great Magyar chiefs with a heart of stone. A pickup truck roared past on the road toward the camp. Ginelli glanced back at the bound man and delivered his final warning: bricks could be crushed. Tell him that too. He broke back to the road, crossed it, and jogged toward the gravel pit, dodging the headlights of curious locals and a responding police cruiser. He reached the Nova, started it without lights, and rolled to the end of the access lane. A moment later, a Chevrolet with a blue bubble light screamed past. He wiped the lampblack from his face and hands and followed it. By the time he reached the field, a small crowd had gathered. He rolled down the window and casually asked what was happening. The constable, impatient and dismissive, waved him on. Ginelli threaded through the parked vehicles, observing the two distinct groups: gypsy men gesturing among themselves, town men standing in silent fascination, and continued up the road, nearly crashing. Twice as curious drivers raced past on the narrow track. He eventually connected with a feeder road into Bucksport and headed north, reaching his motel room by 2 a.m. He set the alarm for 7:30 and finally lay down. Billy stared at him, processing the revelation that Ginelli had been sleeping in the very motel they'd left while Billy had been sick with worry. Ginelli shrugged off his surprise with a sheepish grin, admitting inexperience with being fretted over. He'd been up with the alarm, made a call, and rented another car, this time from Avis, having had poor luck with Hertz. Billy pressed him about the Hertz rental, but Ginelli assured him the situation was handled. He'd had his associate fly back up from New York to Ellsworth Small Airport. The man had retrieved the Ford from the Texaco station, hot wiring it while the attendant was busy in the garage bay, and drove it to Bangor International. He cleaned up what was likely chicken blood from the front seat with a wet nap, filled out the return folder, and dropped it in the express box before flying back. When Billy asked about the keys, Ginelli sighed, confessing another error born of exhaustion. He'd left them in Spurton's pocket. Now he jingled a pair of yellow Hertz-tagged keys with a theatrical ta-da. He'd gone back, dug up the body, and retrieved them. It was a minor annoyance to the rental company if keys were forgotten, but if a corpse with a ball-bearing wound and traceable keys was ever found, the consequences would be catastrophic. Plus, he'd needed to go back out there anyway, and he couldn't use the Nova. They hadn't seen it yet, but the story wasn't over. He offered Billy another drink, but Billy declined, and Ginelli helped himself. The timeline was clear, and Ginelli laid it out for Billy one more time: early Tuesday morning, the dogs later that same day, the Nova Tuesday night, the heavy firepower Wednesday morning, the second rental car. Billy confirmed he was following. Now they were talking about a Buick sedan. The Avis agent had tried to push an Aries K on him, claiming it was all that was left, but Ginelli knew better. He needed something unobtrusive but sizable: a government-looking car. A $20 bribe changed the agent's mind, and he finally got what he needed. He'd driven it back to the Bar Harbor Motor Inn, made a few calls to confirm his arrangements, then taken the Nova to Billy's motel. He'd finally put Billy's mind at rest, then crashed in his bed for the day, too exhausted to even consider driving back. Billy quietly noted that a phone call would have saved him the trip, but Ginelli just smiled and shook his head. A call wouldn't have shown him how Billy was doing. He wasn't the only one worried. Now, refreshed, and with his amphetamine hangover mostly clear, Ginelli described his next moves. He'd showered, jumped back into the cow-smelling Nova, and returned to Bar Harbor. There, he'd retrieved the smaller packages from the trunk. Inside one was a .38 Colt Woodsman and a shoulder holster. The rest of the gear fit into his sport coat pockets. He'd swapped the Nova for the Buick, briefly amused at the thought that, if there were two of him, he wouldn't have to shuffle cars like a valet. Then he headed back to Bankerton for what he hoped was the final visit. He made one stop at a supermarket for a ball jar and a bottle of Pepsi. He drove straight to the gravel pit as twilight deepened. If the body had been discovered, he was already in trouble, so there was no point in subtlety. The pit was undisturbed. He dug down to Spurton, found the keys, and quickly reinterred the corpse. Billy shuddered at the mental image, but Ginelli dismissed his discomfort with a calm remark about perspective. Keys in hand, Ginelli returned to the Buick. He poured the Pepsi into the ball jar and sealed it. Then he drove to the gypsy camp, Knowing they'd be stuck there, the state police would have ordered them to stay put. He parked between a cruiser and 2 unmarked Plymouths and walked down to the camp. Halfway there, a uniformed trooper stopped him and told him he had no business here. Giannelli flashed a leather folder. Inside was a laminated FBI ID with his picture, Special Agent Ellis Stoner. Billy finally understood. That explained the Buick. It looked like a government vehicle. The ID was the real deal, except for the photo. Giannelli had parked between police cars and shown that ID to a trooper only minutes after digging keys out of a dead man's pocket. Billy was stunned by the audacity, but Giannelli just shrugged it off. Inside the camp, 2 plainclothes cops were on their knees behind the unicorn camper, digging slugs out of the ground with trowels and dropping them into a bucket. 2 gypsy children watched. Giannelli was glad for the official presence. It lent legitimacy to his cover, but he still felt a deep wariness toward Tadeusz Lemke, who'd stood his ground against the gunfire and whose gaze had felt so direct. He was determined not to let the old man touch him under any circumstances. It was the girl he wanted to find. He knocked on a random camper. A frightened, middle-aged woman answered and told him they had nothing for him. He flashed his ID. Her eyes widened. She crossed herself, and she spoke in Romany, lamenting that nothing had been right since Susanna died, as if they were cursed. Her husband pushed her aside and told her to shut up. Giannelli repeated his introduction, but the tall, slumped man in a Disney shirt and baggy shorts was belligerent, smelling of cheap wine and resentment. He demanded to know what Giannelli wanted, and why he wasn't talking to the other cops. Giannelli, maintaining his professional demeanor, asked for his name. The man refused, crossing his arms and asserting that they'd already given their statements. He just wanted to be let loose, to get out of Maine and never come back. His fingers unconsciously formed the evil eye sign. Giannelli delivered a calm ultimatum: cooperate or face obstruction charges. The man's wife erupted into hysterical Romany from inside the camper. He yelled at her to be quiet, but his face paled. He called Giannelli crazy for the threat. The man, Halleck, finally caved under the threat of obstruction charges, giving his name with sullen resignation. Giannelli proceeded to take him through the previous night's events, and as he did, a state detective wandered over to check his credentials. A glance at the ID sent the detective away quickly, looking both impressed and uneasy. Halleck spun a story about charging up the hill toward the gunfire, only to stumble and black out. He pointed to a fading bruise on his temple in support. Giannelli recognized it for what it was, at least 3 days old, likely from a drunken fall, but he nodded along and flipped a page in his notebook. The act of telling his tale seemed to calm Halleck, who apologized for his earlier hostility. His wife peered out from the camper like a wary old badger, muttering about the constant presence of cops and the growing fear among their people. Giannelli glanced at a blank notebook page and asked to speak with 2 more people, Tadeusz Lemke and a Mrs. Angelina Lemke. Halleck pointed toward the unicorn camper, saying Tadeusz was asleep inside, exhausted by recent events. The girl, he clarified, wasn't a Mrs., she was Gina, and she was in the small green Toyota with the wooden cap. Giannelli tucked his notebook away, thanked Halleck, and crossed the camp to her camper. His heart was pounding as he knocked on her door. There was no answer, and he was about to knock again when it swung open. She was even more striking than William had described: dark, direct eyes with startlingly white corneas, olive skin that glowed with warmth, strong hands with clean, blunt-cut nails. She held a book on statistical sociology. He introduced himself as Special Agent Ellis Stoner, and the life in her eyes dimmed instantly, like a shutter dropping. She responded with flat disinterest, barely acknowledging the FBI presence. He mentioned Halleck's name, and her composure shattered. Her eyes blazed with recognition and fury. She spat the word pig, and Giannelli knew she was capable of killing Spurton. He pressed on, mentioning photographs they had of Halleck, and she confirmed the name with venom, calling him a pig who killed her grandmother. She began to say more but caught herself. Giannelli, feigning ignorance of her slip, suggested she identify Halleck from the photos, sparing her great-grandfather the trouble. She agreed, asking if he would arrest Halleck. He assured her he had a federal warrant. That convinced her. As she stepped out, she made a chilling remark about how there wouldn't be much left of him to arrest. They walked past the cops and the gypsy children, now in matching camouflage pajamas. The others gave them a wide berth, treating the FBI agent with wariness. Ginelli led her away from the camp and up the hill toward his car. He marveled at how easy it had been the third night in a row, and still it went like clockwork. The gypsies had grown complacent with the police presence, never expecting the shooter to return while the cops were still there. Even the old man had slipped, worn out and asleep, trusting in the temporary protection of law. At the Buick, as he opened the driver's door, he felt her mood shift to sudden wariness, cutting through her bitterness. He sensed her realizing how easily she'd been separated from the group, how foolish it was to trust a stranger. But it was too late. He'd used Halleck's name like a key to unlock her hatred and cloud her judgment. He turned back to her, the .38 in one hand and the ball jar in the other. Her eyes widened, and she drew breath to scream. He warned her that would be the last sound she ever made. She hesitated, then exhaled, accusing him of working for Halleck. He dismissed her words with a cold insult, calling her a whore. She recoiled, her hands curling into claws. He doubled down, insulting her mother and father, and she bared her teeth in a snarl. Something in his grin made her falter not quite fear, but a dawning recognition of who she was dealing with. He demanded she understand the stakes. This wasn't a game. Halleck had a wife and child. The old woman's death had been an accident, not a hit. She wept with rage, insisting Halleck had been getting a handjob from his woman when he ran her grandmother down, and that their people had been whitewashed by the law. But they'd fixed him, she said, and Ginelli would be next. He pushed the glass cap off the jar. Her eyes locked on it. He called it acid and threw it in her face. She screamed, clapping her hands over her eyes too late, collapsing to the ground. He put his foot on her neck and warned her to be silent, or die. Then he told her the truth. It was only Pepsi-Cola. She got to her knees, staring at him through her fingers. He knew she'd already realized it wasn't acid, and he sensed, with a jolt, that she was about to attack his groin. She sprang at him with feline speed, but he was ready, sidestepping and driving a kick into her side. Her head cracked against the chrome edge of the open door, and she crumpled, blood welling from a cut on her cheek. He bent, assuming she was out cold, but she wasn't. She hissed and lashed out, raking a long gash across his forehead and tearing through his turtleneck sleeve, drawing blood. He snarled, shoved her back, and pressed the pistol hard against her nose, daring her to try again. She went still, her eyes black and depthless, her fury contained but still burning. He knew she'd attack again if it were just the two of them, but she was holding back because of the old man. He pressed his advantage, describing what he could do to the children if she forced his hand. She would know, looking into his face, that he meant it. Finally, a flicker of something crossed her eyes, not fear for herself but for her people. He told her. He was the curse, the consequence of her great-grandfather's actions. She dismissed it, spitting defiance, but he ignored her and pressed a scrap of paper into her hand with the number of a safe phone in New York. He gave her instructions: call by midnight. Relay the old man's decision. If she needed a reply, she could call back 2 hours later. After that, the line would be dead. He warned her that refusal would mean escalation. She would be first, then the children, then anyone else he could reach. He ordered her into the car. She refused at first, but he reminded her that he could have killed her already. She got in, shaky but functional, and slid across the seat. He made her press against the door, away from him, and drove off without headlights, the Buick's wheels spinning on the dry grass. He held the gun on her the whole time. She spoke bitterly about the price they paid for even a shred of justice, and asked if Halleck was his friend. He insisted Halleck was no pig. She countered that God had cursed them long before Halleck's people ever did. He dismissed her words. He stopped a quarter-mile from the gravel pit and ordered her out. She complied, but told him their paths would cross again, and she would kill him. He rejected that, saying she owed him her life and her brother's. If she didn't see that, she'd never be free of this. He told her that while she had only an old man with a rotting nose who cursed his friend and ran, he had a friend who was wasting away. She broke down, tears streaming, asking if he was claiming God was on his side, calling it blasphemy. She insisted they weren't hyenas. They were made that way by people like Halleck. Her great-grandfather said there were no curses, only mirrors held up to the souls of others. He told her to get out, that they couldn't understand each other. She agreed, and as she left, she screamed that his friend was a pig and would die thin. But Janelli told Billy he didn't think he would. He checked his watch after 3, and told Billy he had an appointment at 7. Billy felt the familiar stab of fear, and asked if it was with Lemke. Janelli confirmed it and told him to move. As Billy stood, his heart seized in a long, arrhythmic episode. He clutched his chest, and Janelli grabbed him. He saw his own reflection, a grotesque sideshow figure in flapping clothes, and the arrhythmia passed, replaced by a familiar curdled rage aimed at the old man and at Heidi. He said he was okay, and asked where they were going. The answer was Bangor. They took the Nova, which smelled of cow manure, and devoured the road. Around 4, Janelli stopped for a basket of steamer clams and a 6-pack. At a roadside rest area, they ate, but family groups gave them a wide berth. While they ate, Janelli finished his story. He'd been back in the John Tree room by 11, having taken evasive loops to ensure he wasn't followed. He called New York, sending a man to the safe phone with a tape deck and steno plug to record the call. He disinfected his cuts while waiting. Billy understood the hatred in the girl he'd been gaining in that regard himself. The call came at 12:15. Janelli recounted the transcribed conversation his man answered. The girl asked if he worked for the man she'd seen that night. He confirmed it, and told her she was being taped. She relayed her great-grandfather's decision. He would take the curse off, but he needed to meet with Halleck and Bangor at 7 the next evening, in a park between Union and Hammond. He would be alone. She also delivered a crude insult. His man told her she was speaking to the right person, and she reciprocated the insult. He instructed her to call back at 2 for a reply. The girl confirmed she would call back, then hung up. Janelli emptied the clamshells, reporting without sympathy that his man had heard her crying through the whole conversation. Billy muttered a curse under his breath. Janelli had recorded a message for his associate to play when she called at 2. In it, he identified himself as Special Agent Stoner, acknowledged her message, and confirmed that his friend William would meet her great-grandfather at the park at 7. He would be watching, and he assumed her people would be too. He warned that if anything happened to his friend, the price would be high. Billy asked if that was it, and Janelli confirmed. The old man had apparently caved, though Janelli cautioned it could still be a trap. They might kill Billy as revenge and accept the consequences. Billy acknowledged they were killing him anyway. Janelli also noted the girl might act on her own. She was mad enough to ignore orders. Billy reflected that he had no choice either way. He was ready. Halfway back to the car, he asked Janelli if he'd done any of it for him. Janelli paused, smiled vaguely, but the sharp, whirling light in his eyes was too intense to meet. He asked if it mattered. They reached Bangor by late afternoon, stopping for gas and directions. Billy sat exhausted in the passenger seat, his heart acting up again. He realized he needed potassium pineapple juice, bananas, oranges. His heart went into a disorganized gallop, and he leaned back, waiting to see if he'd die. The uproar quieted, and he told Janelli to get him a whole bag of oranges. Janelli pulled into a shop and saved and left Billy alone. He fell into a light doze and dreamed of his Fairview house, a vulture with a rotting beak peering through the window, and someone inside shrieking. He was shaken awake roughly. Janelli relieved he wasn't dead. He put a net bag of navel oranges in Billy's lap, but Billy couldn't open it. Janelli slit the bag and cut an orange into quarters. Billy ate slowly at first, then ravenously, rediscovering his appetite. His heart seemed to steady. He finished one orange and started another, then asked when they'd reached the park. Janelli pulled to the curb. They were already there. The park was down the hill, a quarter-mile away. Billy was to find a bench in the shade and wait. Janelli would be watching, especially for the girl. If she saw him first, he'd be in trouble. Billy thanked him. But the gratitude felt strange and difficult, tangled with the hate he now felt for Houston and his wife. Janelli hugged him, kissed both cheeks, and told him to be tough. Billy got out, watched the Nova disappear, and started down the hill with his bag of oranges. He barely noticed a little boy who scrambled away from him in sudden terror. Later, the boy would wake screaming from a nightmare about a scarecrow that wanted to force-feed him oranges until he died. The park was wide and green, filled with children playing, people walking, flying kites, and a softball game in the distance. For a moment, Billy felt a warmth toward them. Then a cold thought crept in. All that was missing were the gypsies. They always came running for the strangeness, the games, the fortunes, the girls. Without someone to run out of town, how could you know you belonged? He croaked a response to his own thought and sat on a shaded bench, his legs trembling. He tried to eat an orange, but his appetite had vanished. From a distance, he looked like a very thin old man. As the shade crept over him, a profound despair settled, in a sense that everything had gone too far, that nothing could be taken back, that Janelli's fierce energy could only make things worse. He dozed again, dreaming of a dead Fairview filled with starveling corpses. Something pecked at him insistently, a vulture with a rotting beak, and he forced himself to turn his head, rising from the dream. Tadeusz Lemke was beside him on the bench, dressed in a gray serge suit and high-topped black shoes. He was gaunt, with a gold hoop in his ear, and the rot had spread across his left cheek. He told Billy his dreams were bad, and their stink was on his breath. Billy confirmed he was awake. Lemke noted his cancer, asking if it made Billy happy. Billy denied it, but Lemke insisted he was lying. Billy said none of it made him happy, that he was sick about it all. Lemke, with a hideous geniality, said he didn't believe anything a white man from town told him, but Billy was dying from being thin, so he'd brought something to fatten him up, but only when someone else ate it. In his lap was a pie in a disposable aluminum plate. Billy felt a floating déjà vu, hearing his dream self refusing to be fat. Lemke drew a pocket knife from his jacket, opened it with deliberate slowness, and laid a slit across the crust. Red droplets fell from the blade. The old man's thumbs worked the pie crust open and closed as he spoke, revealing a viscous fluid with dark, clot-like shapes floating within. Billy couldn't look away. Lemke accused him of believing in a push, a balance where his daughter's death wasn't his fault. He insisted there was no such thing. Everybody paid, even for things they didn't do. Because Billy wouldn't take blame, Lemke had forced it on him like a sign. Then his friend came, poisoning dogs, shooting guns, threatening children. Lemke finally agreed to remove the curse, not because of what had been done, but because of what Janelli would do. He was crazy, and he would never stop. Even the girls saw it in his eyes. Lemke's people would stop because, if they didn't, they'd be as mad as Janelli, and that would mean the white man was right about God paying back. Lemke explained that a curse was like a baby alive, not a thing. In Rom, it was Purpur Fargad and Siktet, child of the night flowers, a changeling. You bring it into the world, and it grows strong fast. You can't kill it because you can't see it, only what it does. Billy needed to be rid of it. Lemke asked if Billy still wanted that. Billy nodded. He asked if Billy still believed in the push. Billy croaked yes. Then Lemke drew his knife again, blade out, and told Billy to unwrap his hand, the one she'd shot. Billy complied, revealing a fish-white palm with a dark, liverish wound. The edges had puffed together, making it look like a slit. Lemke handed him the knife. Billy hesitated, then thought of his daughter, her laughing face, her pom-poms. He believed in the push Heidi for Linda. He pushed the blade into the hole in his hand. Blood splattered into the pie slit. Lemke chanted rapidly in Rom. Billy turned the knife, feeling no pain, blood flowing faster. Lemke called enough and plucked the knife away. Billy collapsed, nauseated and empty, like a woman after childbirth. Then he saw the bleeding had stopped impossible. The wound had healed completely, leaving only a white zigzag scar. The pie crust was unbroken now, with only 2 small steam vents. Lemke placed it in Billy's lap, warm, pulsing, alive. Billy felt better, his heart steady, though the thing in his lap repulsed him. Lemke warned he'd regain weight but would fall back in a week or 2, unstoppable, unless someone ate the pie. Billy confirmed he understood. Lemke expressed a sliver of pity, saying Billy might have once been strong but now his shoulders were broken. Nothing was his fault. There were reasons, he had friends. Why not eat the pie himself and die strong? Billy told him to leave. Their business was done. Lemke walked away, then turned one last time to say there was no push, not ever. Billy sat alone, then started back up the hill. He'd gone 20 paces before realizing he'd left the pie. He retrieved it, feeling it pulse in his hands. A sleeping devil. He reached the Nova, saw Janelli wasn't there, and sat down only to realize he'd nearly landed on a disembodied hand. Janelli's hand severed at the wrist, still clutching ball bearings. Later on the phone, Heidi's voice came through, angry and scared. Billy told her he was coming home. She was relieved, asked about flights. He said he'd drive. He told her to call Mike Houston and rescind the res geste, the involuntary committal order. She feigned ignorance, but he heard the guilt in her tone. He made it clear he'd check in anywhere they wanted, but if he was arrested and committed, she'd be sorry. She cried, insisting they'd only done what they thought was best. He felt Lemke's words echo in his head. Nothing. His fault, he had friends, but shook it off. He told her to have the paper declared null and void. She agreed quickly, repeating her justifications. He said okay. She asked if he hated her. He said not to be silly, then asked about Linda. She was back at Rhoda's, upset. Billy thought it was probably Linda's idea this time. That was the important thing. She was gone, away from the danger. His eyes drifted to the pie resting on the TV, its crust pulsing like a slow, grotesque heartbeat. He knew his daughter had to stay far away from it. It was dangerous. He told Heidi it would be best for Linda to remain at Rhoda's until they'd worked things out. She burst into sobs, accusing him of sounding cold. He promised to warm up, his voice hollow. She struggled to compose herself, and he waited with a complete absence of feeling. The only strong emotion he'd experienced that night had been the shock of finding Janelli's hand. Everything else had been subsumed by a cold numbness. When she finally asked about his condition, he reported improvement up to 122 pounds. She noted he was still 6 pounds less than when he'd left, but he countered that he was 6 pounds more than the day before. She began to talk about working things out, about marriage counseling, her voice trembling toward tears again. He felt a dim shock at his own callousness. Then she offered to give up smoking, and for a brief moment he felt a flicker of the old Heidi and the old Billy Halleck. But the moment passed. He looked at the pie, thought of Lemke's slit crust, the dark lumps inside, his own blood pouring into it, and Janelli. The warmth faded. He told her she better not quit, she'd get fat. Later, lying in the dark motel room, he replayed the fragmented memory of finding Janelli's hand. The pie's crust pulsed in the darkness, and he murmured the wrong phrase Lemke had given him, a word that tasted like an incantation. He remembered the moment in the Nova, seeing the hand, screaming, the hand rocking as if answering a question, ball bearings rolling away. He screamed again, his heart lurching, and grabbed the tilting pie just in time. The arrhythmia eased, and a cold clarity settled over him. Janelli was dead, no doubt about it. He spoke the words aloud, testing them. Then he noticed the key in the ignition left for him and climbed into the driver's seat. He covered the hand with an old map and drove off. He realized he was heading west and pulled into a McDonald's. The drive-through speaker crackled, and he ordered 3 Big Macs, fries, and a milkshake like the old days. He added a cherry pie and a box of cookies, for my friend, laughing at the absurdity. At the pickup window, a girl handed him the bags. He drove to the end of the lot, folded the map with the hand inside, and dropped it in a trash barrel, putting litter in its place. He laughed again, turning east toward Bar Harbor. He stopped at a deserted rest area to wipe down the Nova, avoiding any connection to the car. At the Bar Harbor Motor Inn, he parked in the only empty space, wiped the wheel and gear shift, retrieved the pie, and wiped the door handle. He crossed the forecourt, walked downtown to a loud bar called the Salty Dog, and hired a cab for $15 to take him to Northeast Harbor. The cabbie noticed his lunch. Billy laughed and said it was for somebody else. He was still laughing when he reached his motel room and called Heidi. Lying in the dark, he listened to something breathe, a thing that looked like a pie but was really a child he and the old man had created together. His thoughts turned to Gina, and the promise he'd made Janelli not to hurt her. Now he felt a violent urge to harm her, to leave her head for the old man, to fill her mouth with ball bearings. He recognized the impulse as the kind of escalation that led to endless retaliation, blood running in gutters. That, he thought grimly, was what it was really all about. His thoughts dissolved into twisted dreams of killing and being killed, always with that pulsing, breathing presence inside himself. The next morning, he bought a newspaper and read the front-page story. Richard Janelli, identified as a New York gangland figure, had been found shot dead in a Union Street cellar. One of his hands had been removed, and the word pig was written in blood on his forehead. Ballistics findings were being withheld. Billy folded the paper and dropped it into a trash bin marked "Put litter in its place." He muttered that it was what it was all about. A little girl asked what he meant, and he smiled, saying nothing. She was called away by her mother, and Billy felt encouraged not just by the scale's confirmation that he'd gained 11 pounds, but by being treated like a normal person again. He'd spent the previous day in Northeast Harbor, trying to recover his sanity, but every time he looked at the pie on the TV, it slipped away. He'd put it in the trunk at dusk, which helped a little. After dark, he called Rhoda Simonson in Westchester and talked to Linda. She'd learned about the committal order through a chain of gossip. Houston told his wife, who told their daughter, who told Linda. Billy laughed at her defiant response to the girl, but he felt sad. Linda sounded like she'd aged 3 years in less than 3 weeks. She'd confronted Heidi. They'd fought, and Linda had gone back to Rhoda's. Billy assured her he wasn't crazy and that he was getting better, putting on weight. She was overjoyed. He told her he'd be home in a week or so, and she could make lasagna to fatten him up. He warned her to stay at Rhoda's until he got there, and she agreed. She didn't want to go back until he was there. He slept better that night, but the dreams were bad. Janelli screaming from the trunk, then a bloody boy child with Lemke's eyes and silver needle teeth, speaking the wrong phrase. He woke trembling in the gray dawn, checked out, and headed south. He stopped for breakfast but could barely eat after reading the newspaper. Still, lunch had been fine. Putting on weight was also what it was all about. The pie sat on the passenger seat, warm and pulsing. He spared it a glance, started the car, and pulled out. Less than an hour from home, he felt a strange emotion, and 20 miles later, he realized it was excitement. He parked the rental car behind his own Buick, grabbed his bag, and started across the lawn. The White House, with its green shutters, once a symbol of comfort and security, now looked alien. He felt like a gypsy crossing the grass, not the man who had once lived there. The front door opened, and Heidi stepped out. She wore a red skirt and a sleeveless white blouse he didn't recognize, her hair cut short. For a moment she seemed like a stranger. Her face was pale, her eyes dark, her lips trembling. She spoke his name. He confirmed it, and stopped. They stared at each other. She looked wretchedly, hopeful. He felt nothing, though something in his expression must have betrayed him, because she begged him not to look at her that way. A dead smile surfaced on his face, and she responded with a tentative one of her own, tears spilling down her cheeks. She always did cry easily. She came down the steps. He dropped his bag and walked toward her, the smile still fixed. "What's to eat?" he asked. "I'm starved." She made him a huge meal steak, salad, a massive baked potato, green beans, blueberries with cream. He ate it all. Her every gesture and look pleaded for a second chance. He found it darkly amusing. She had gone from accepting no blame to accepting all of it. As midnight approached, he sensed relief in her. She felt forgiven. That was fine with him. Her belief in forgiveness was also part of the game. She watched him eat, touching his face occasionally, smoking one cigarette after another. He told her a fabricated version of his pursuit of the gypsies, embellishing the confrontation in Bar Harbor. In his story, the old man had laughed at him, dismissing his fears as superstition, calling him a white man from town, and threatening him with brass knuckles. After that, Billy had returned to his motel room, depressed, barely eating. 3 days ago, he'd found he'd gained 3 pounds despite his meager intake that had broken through his delusion. He realized the Glassman doctors and even Houston might have been partly right. It was a guilt reaction combined with paranoid delusions. Seeing the old man again, smaller and more ordinary than he remembered, with a Brooklyn accent and cheap watch, had shattered the fantasy. The clock on the mantel chimed midnight. He suggested they go to bed, but she insisted on finishing the dishes. He feigned a memory he'd left something in the car, a peace offering. He went out, his heart pounding, hands trembling. He fumbled with the keys, imagining the pie still pulsing. But when he opened the trunk, it was empty. The pie was on the passenger seat. The crust was still. He retrieved it, and his hands steadied. Heidi was on the porch watching. He handed her the pie, smiling. She was delighted. Strawberry pie, her favorite, still warm. He invented a story about buying it from a church bake sale in Stratford. She hugged him impulsively, balancing the pie on one hand. As she kissed him, the pie tilted, and his heart lurched. He grabbed it, grasping a warning. She laughed, apologized, and cried against his chest. He promised he didn't hate her, stroking her hair, thinking it was still warm. In the kitchen, she put the pie on the counter and went to the sink. He asked if she was going to have a piece. She said maybe later, urging him to have one. He declined, claiming he was too full. She told him to go up to bed. She'd follow. He went without looking back, knowing she'd be more likely to cut a slice if he wasn't there. But she probably wouldn't not tonight. He planned to discourage any intimacy by going to bed naked. As he passed the bathroom, he stepped on the scales, glanced in the mirror, and saw Janelle's eyes staring back at him. The scales showed he'd reached 131 pounds, but he felt nothing. No happiness, only a deep, bone-weary tiredness. He moved down the unfamiliar hallway to the bedroom, tripping over something in the dark. Heidi had rearranged the furniture, and the strangeness of the house had grown in his absence, as if she'd been subtly cursed. Linda had sensed it, and fled. He undressed slowly and lay in bed, waiting for Heidi. From downstairs came familiar sounds, a cupboard door creaking open, a drawer rattling, the clink of a knife being selected. His heart thumped in the darkness. Footsteps crossed the kitchen. The floorboard in the middle creaked. She was going to the counter where the pie sat. He wondered what the curse would do to her, remembering what it had done to him, to Carrie, to Hopley. The floorboard creaked again as she returned, and he could picture her plate in one hand, cigarettes and matches in the other, a wedge of pie with its dark red juice. She didn't go to the dining room. She stood by the counter, looking out at the side yard, eating in quick, habitual bites. He realized he was drifting away. Sleep was impossible. This was murder. He was committing murder, but he was floating. He listened for the floorboard again, waiting for her to cross to the sink, rinse her plate, perform her nightly rituals. Then he was somewhere else, sitting at his desk in Big Jubilee, Arizona, where he'd practiced law for 6 years. He lived simply with Linda and a good life, far from the old 2-car garage and exorbitant property taxes. She'd be going to college soon, and he'd stay unless the emptiness got to him, but he didn't think it would. Making a good life was what it was all about. A knock at the study door. He turned, and Linda stood there, but her nose was gone, held in her hand instead of on her face. Blood poured from the dark hole above her mouth. She didn't understand. She said it just fell off. He woke with a start, thrashing in bed. Heidi grunted, turned over, and pulled the covers over her head. Reality seeped back, the bright morning sun, the clock reading 6:25, 6 red roses in a vase. He got up, pulled on his robe, and went to the bathroom. He noticed Heidi had a new blue robe. He stepped on the scales, another pound gained, and showered with compulsive thoroughness, promising himself to watch his weight after she was gone. He stood by the door, fingering the blue nylon of Heidi's robe. It felt familiar. He realized it wasn't because Heidi had owned a similar one before, it was because Linda had one just like it. He opened a drawer and found Linda's brush, black hairs clinging to the bristles. He walked down the hall like a man in a dream and pushed open Linda's door. She was asleep in her bed, teddy bear in her arm. He saw her bomber jacket, her open suitcase, the Greyhound tag, and he understood she'd come home early to make up with her mother, bringing the roses as a peace offering. The old man's words echoed no push. Everybody pays. He ran for the stairs, shambling with terror. Not Linda. The pie sat on the counter, covered with saran wrap, a quarter of it gone. Linda's purse was on the kitchen table, 2 plates, 2 forks in the sink. He heard the old gypsy laughing, and his knees buckled. He grabbed the counter to stay upright. When his strength returned, he crossed the kitchen, the floorboards squeak, and saw the pie pulsing under the wrap, fogged with warmth. He heard a faint squelching sound. He got a dessert plate, a knife and fork. "Why not?" he whispered, pulling off the wrap. The pie went still, just a tempting strawberry pie. "Eat hearty," he murmured in the sunny kitchen, and cut himself a slice of gypsy pie. The end. As the last echoes of Thinner fade into the darkness, thank you for staying until the very end of the journey. What makes this story fascinating is not only what happens on the page, but what happened around it. When Thinner was first released, it appeared under Stephen King's Richard Bachman pseudonym. For years, many readers had no idea King was behind it. In fact, a bookstore clerk named Steve Brown eventually connected the dots through publishing records, helping uncover one of modern publishing's most famous literary secrets. By then, Thinner had already found an audience on its own merits. There are other curious details hidden in the story's history. King reportedly dedicated the novel to his son Owen, who appears briefly within its pages as a character. Small moments like that remind us that even in a tale filled with curses and dread, traces of real life quietly remain beneath the fiction. When the story reached theaters in 1996, director Tom Holland faced a unique challenge. The horror depended on a man becoming progressively thinner, yet filming rarely happens in chronological order. Rather than asking Robert John Burke to undergo dramatic physical changes, the production relied on layers of prosthetic makeup and body modifications that grew more extreme throughout filming. The process often required hours in the makeup chair before a single scene could be shot. Stephen King himself appears in the film for a brief cameo, something that became a tradition. Many fans began actively searching for whenever a new adaptation arrived. Eagle-eyed viewers still enjoy spotting him. One lesser-known detail involves actor Michael Constantine, whose performance as Tadzu Lemke became one of the film's most memorable elements. Despite relatively limited screen time, his presence left such an impression that many viewers remember the curse itself through his delivery of a single word: thinner. Sometimes the most powerful villains barely need to raise their voices. The film remained close to the novel in many respects, but it inevitably condensed characters and internal thoughts that are easier to explore on the page. That difference is part of what makes reading the original novel such a rewarding experience. The book allows you to spend more time inside Billy Halleck's growing paranoia and desperation, making the horror feel far more personal. Over the years, Thinner has occupied an unusual place in King's bibliography. It may not receive the same attention as some of his larger cultural phenomena, yet many longtime readers consider it one of his sharpest morality tales, a story where horror emerges not from a monster hiding in the shadows, but from consequences that refuse to disappear. And perhaps that is why the story endures. If you enjoy this retelling, feel free to share your own thoughts, interpretations, or favorite moments. Sometimes the most interesting conversations begin after a story is over. And if you would like to experience more journeys like this one, your support through subscribing, sharing, and returning for future stories is always appreciated. For now, though, the road stretches onward into the night. Some books frighten us while we read them. The rare ones leave us wondering long afterward whether every choice carries a weight we cannot see. And sometimes, that lingering question becomes the part of the story we never truly leave behind.